Demand. Join the fun. Add Mediacom's digital 2-star pack with HBO for just $18.95 a month for a year. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV.
This is BMW Cubs pregame live.
The dog days of summer. Carlos Zambrano playing with his dog in the outfield at Wrigley Field. I can't tell. It looks like a pug. Cubs made it a winning welcome home party at Wrigley yesterday, looking for 2 in a row against the Reds. We have all the action for you at the top of the hour, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Kind of a small dog for such a big guy, and Carlos Zambrano. Hello and welcome to BMW Cubs pregame live. Gail Fisher and Todd Hollandsworth here with you. Now, this is where the Cubs have to grind through the schedule, right? The dog days of summer. They have to deal with their injuries and try to stay with the leaders now in the NL Central.
Well, the dog out in the outfield now. I wonder if the outfielders mind that today. Hopefully, Carlos had a doggy bag with him. But yeah, they're playing great baseball right now. Things are looking well. Yes, they've had some injuries. Ted Lilly. There's definitely some question marks about what's going on and the direction this team is going to go with the trade deadline looming. At the same time, this team's playing good baseball right now. They're scoring some runs, which is exciting to see. And again, they've been getting decent pitching.
Reed Johnson's dog, by the way, Shooter, would probably eat Zambrano's dog for lunch. Maybe, I don't know.
Unless Carlos wouldn't let that happen, though, right?
Now, Aramis Ramirez went 4 for 5 yesterday with a big offensive explosion in that 8-5 win over the Reds. He had 3 RBI. Todd, we know he's a good hitter. It seems like his ability, though, gets magnified even more when he's on a struggling offense. You know, just having him in there, could that rub off on the other guys? We know Derek Lee has been hitting well. With those 2 guys going, can that trickle down to the whole lineup?
Absolutely. It certainly puts, I don't want to say pressure, but it certainly kind of gives you that desire to want to go out there and succeed when you watch what he's doing. Aramis has just been exciting. You know, his ability to go the other way, it just impresses me so much. That was something that I struggled with in my career. I love to pull the ball just like anybody else, but he, you know, with runners in scoring position, he is willing to go the other way. He's willing to take singles, base hits, slow rollers to the right side. He understands the situation. He understands the flow of the game. He understands when to try to go deep, when to take, kind of let it go a little bit. And he is so much fun to watch when he is in this zone, and I think it's just the beginning because he's warming up. He's obviously healthy. He's feeling good. Again, there's going to be the questions around his shoulder for the remainder of the year, but as long as he continues to produce, those questions are going to be put aside.
Yeah, amazing considering he's coming off of that shoulder injury, dislocated shoulder. Every once in a while it does look like he grimaces in pain, but he's grinding through it and he's hitting well. Looks like he's even starting to heat up now here in the second half. In his last 2 games, Ramirez is 6 for 9 with 1 home run, 3 doubles, 5 RBI, and 3 runs scored.
Well, ultimately, I think he might be your biggest acquisition right here. I think it's a situation where, you know, you watch what St. Louis has gone out and done, you know, getting Matt Holliday and bringing Julio Lugo on into the team and into the fold, and they're trying to bolster their offense. But a lot of times when you bring a guy like this who's missed so much time, and yet this team has kind of kept themselves afloat, hovering around 500 in a division in which nobody's run away with, he may ultimately be the biggest acquisition.
All right, the Cubs also dealing with a lot of injuries, including to Ted Lilly, who was supposed to start today. They also have the big trade deadline coming up at the end of next week. Let's go live to Wrigley Field now and bring in David Kaplan, who has the latest on the Cubs and their rash of injuries. Dave.
All right, thank you, Gail and Todd. That's right. A rash of injuries is an understatement. Ted Lilly has been put on the 15-day DL. Justin Berg comes up from AAA to give some help to the ailing bullpen. Lilly will undergo arthroscopic knee surgery on Monday, expected to miss probably 3 weeks. That'll also allow the tendonitis in his shoulder to subside some. He is expected, though, back sometime middle August, missed 4, 5, 6 starts at the minimum. Now, I sat down with Larry Rothschild earlier this morning. We talked about juggling his pitching staff in the wake of Ted's injury.
It's rough because, you know, it's out there for us. You know, we're a couple of games back, 1.5 games back, whatever it is, and, you know, you're still pushing to get into first place. And, you know, every time it looks like you can get things together and get on a run, something else has happened. But, you know, everybody has injuries during the course of a year. It doesn't usually cascade like this, but it's just one of the things you have to deal with and get through. And, you know, in the end, if you can, then you put on the push and hopefully win.
All right, now that means the trading deadline on Friday takes on renewed importance. What does Jim Hendry do? Does he add a bat for the offense that's been up and down? Probably not, unless it's a bench-type bat. What does he do with his rotation? Does he go get a back-of-the-rotation starter? I sat down with Jim Hendry. We talked about his focus as of Friday.
Demp's coming back in a couple days. You know, obviously we're going to miss Teddy. Probably miss 4 starts, possibly 5. I think he's going to get his knee taken care of, which he'll be real fresh the rest of the year. You know, we've been obviously making our normal calls. We're trying to maybe get a little stronger. That does include the possibility of adding some kind of pitching if we're fortunate enough to do so, or maybe somebody can help us in a different role. For the most part, I've always believed that late in the year, you know, your bullpen and your bench carries you as much as your regular guys. Our regular guys are starting to play better. Soto should be back in 7, 8, 9 days, I hope. You're not going to go out and replace Ted Lilly unless you were fortunate enough to get the big fellow from Toronto, and that's not going to happen here this year.
All right, now baseball sources tell me they expect the Cubs to be somewhat active. Don't look, though, for a high-profile Nomar Garcia level type deal, or the one that brought Ramirez and Kenny Lofton here back in 2003. And, Gail, the dog actually is a Shar-Pei. Big Z's daughter named the dog Little Z. Let's go back to the studio.
That's a great scoop, Cap. Thank you very much. I'm glad you cleared that up for me. Enjoy the game, and we'll see you afterwards.
You got it.
Also looking forward to more of David Kaplan's interview with Jim Hendry in just a second. But, Todd, I want to get your thoughts on these injuries. They are starting to take their toll on the Cubs, especially in the starting rotation. You know, Ryan Dempster and Ted Lilly have been the workhorses of this rotation. Now, Dempster is coming back, but we heard David Kaplan say that Lilly is going on the DL. He's having arthroscopic knee surgery. He also has that shoulder tenderness. Just looking at these injuries, 4 of the 5 Cubs starters in the rotation have been on the disabled list at some point this season.
Well, you're definitely seeing the depth of this team, the heart of this team. I mean, it's definitely playing itself out. This is it's been dicey, but you heard Larry talk about it. They're right in the middle of this thing. They're a few games back, and they're playing pretty good baseball right now. They're getting some offense. I guess for me, I get optimistic about it. If they can withstand these injuries, at the same time, you almost look at it like these guys are getting some rest. I know that they're hurt, but in Ted's case, I mean, he's resting his legs. Obviously, he's going to have something worked on his knee. You know, Demp, his shoulder. I mean, this is wear and tear. When you go out and you make 35 starts a year, you put a lot of strain on your body. Yeah, that's what you want these guys to do. You want to push and push and push and push all the way through this thing, but you also want them to be strong in September. You hear Lou talk about that quite a bit. You know, with all the day games that the Cubs play, how am I going to rest these guys so that they're nice and strong and healthy when September rolls around, when the games mean the most? Well, almost by default here, you've kind of fallen into a little bit of a situation. If you can withstand these injuries and you can get through it and keep yourself in it, you're going to get guys back. They're going to be feeling good. Their arms are going to be feeling good. Their legs should be feeling good. They've had time to rest and obviously heal from these injuries.
Well, you heard Kaplan talk about what the Cubs may or may not try to do before that trade deadline. Their hands are tied a little bit in terms of financially. They would have to make probably a clean trade money-wise. Instead of us speculating, though, let's hear more from General Manager Jim Hendry as Kaplan talked to him about perhaps making a knee-jerk reaction to the Cardinals signing of Matt Holliday. Will the Cubs try to make a similar move? Let's get Kaplan and Jim Hendry's answer to that.
There's not going to be any reaction. Like I said, I can't see us changing the same kind of calls we've been making because of what other teams did. Obviously, Halladay wouldn't fit here right now. As good a player as he is, he's a great guy. He's really going to help the Cardinals. Good move. But, you know, obviously, you know, we are what we are in the outfield. We've just got to get our guys to do better. Same thing as last year. We were working on Harden for 2 or 3 weeks, and I certainly made my calls to Mark Shapiro about CC, and I would have loved to have had him. At the time, Mark thought Laporta was the best person for his Cleveland Indian team down the road, and it looks like he'll be a regular for them next year. Our guys that he liked were either younger or fit and didn't fit the same need that he felt Laporta did. So we were on the same equal, Harden and him all along, and Billy Bean and I have made a lot of trades together. So once Billy decided to move him, we were really hashing around whether Gallagher was going to go in the deal or not for about 2 weeks. I was trying to keep Gallagher out of it and still get Harden, and Billy was not going to trade his Harden unless Gallagher's in it. Finally, we said, well, we're going to do it.
Finally, toughest thing to add, is it to go find a back-of-the-rotation starter at this stage, or to get a bullpen arm, or to get a bench guy that can really contribute?
Well, I think what happens is I think it's probably easier to add some kind of a bullpen arm. depending what level you're looking at. Obviously, the better the pen guy on a non-contending team, then the factors in are, does that club have the rights to him next year? Is he a free agent? How steep is it going to get for maybe your own 2-month rental? But as far as just a body that can go into the pen, that's always probably the easiest. A starting pitcher to make a difference in a pennant race is very, very hard to do. And nowadays, the huge bat, the Halladay type guy, you know, those things aren't usually with great volume. And you know, probably the bats that would be easiest to get, whether it would be first base or left field, is not something that obviously we have interest in doing.
All right, guys, thank you. Now, the Cardinals were in position to go out and get a Matt Halladay. They gave up 3 prospects for him. The Cubs are in a little tougher position, really, to do anything.
Well, I think the situation that they find themselves in, number one, financially, is that, you know, they can't necessarily go out and make that big splash like you heard David and even Jim Hendry talk about. That being said, what can they do? Well, I think that the needs that this team really has right now, with the strain that's actually being put on the starting rotation by the injuries that have been out there, is to bolster your bullpen. You're going to have to get fresh arms down there, because what you're kind of starting to see now is that the people that you're moving into the starting rotation are guys who are, well, for the most part, back of the rotation guys. I mean, we know Rich Harden at times, you know, he can be a 5-6 inning guy. He's a high pitch total guy, you know, high pitch count. And what ends up happening is what the strain kind of gets thrown into the bullpen now. And, you know, you start using these guys on a regular basis, day after day after day after day, and you can't keep using the same guys day after day after day after day. You've got to find some strength and some guys down there that have got some depth that you can lengthen out, and you've got to find a place to get those innings. So I think that's probably where you're going to find Jim Hendry targeting, is that bullpen.
Do you think Roy Halladay will actually go anywhere?
Well, you know,
he's got such a high price tag. Can any team out there afford this guy?
Well, that's the luxury that Toronto has right now, is that, you know, he's got an option in his contract. Toronto doesn't have to really do anything. I mean, he's still going to contain, you know, he still have that same value next year at this time, if they're not moving in the right direction. Even so, he made the statement that he doesn't really expect to re-sign past this contract in Toronto. So what does that do? That tells you, you know, okay, I'd like to move him now because he's got his greatest worth. He's also pitching fantastic right now. That being said, though, he can still go back to Toronto if his option is picked up, which ultimately probably would be, regardless of the situation. So they're asking a lot of Philadelphia, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen this year.
Well, the trade deadline will be at the end of next week, so still plenty of time for some wheeling and dealing. We have to hit our first break, and there's much more to come on BMW Cubs pregame live. After blasting 4 home runs yesterday, has the power stroke returned to the friendly confines? We'll have more on that right after this.
Guests on Cubs Pregame Live receive gift certificates to Harry Carey's legendary Italian steakhouse, located in Chicago, Rosemont, and Lombard.
Performance now is all about knowledge. Knowing you're driving the #1 selling car in its class. Knowing you're driving what Car and Driver named a 10 best for an unmatched 18th year in a row. And knowing that right now, BMW is offering exceptional programs to help you do so. Performance now is the 3 Series. Lease a BMW 328i for $349 a month, or take advantage of 1.9% finance.
Welcome to Top Golf. It's easy. Just aim for the giant targets, swing, and watch Top Golf's computers track your ball, measure its distance, and reward you with points. Top Golf. It's a revolutionary entertainment experience just minutes from Schaumburg, changing the way the world plays and thinks about golf.
This is the dedicated Feltco installation team, and right now they will install Feltco windows, siding, and doors free.
Hey, Dave, we're still getting paid for this, right?
Yeah, Jim, we talked about this.
It's Feltco's free installation sale on Feltco windows, siding, and doors.
It's Feltco's biggest sale of the year. But hurry, this offer ends July 31st.
Call 866 for Feltco.
The Cadillac Summer Celebration is going on now at Grosinger Cadillac Lincolnwood. Get 0% financing for 72 months or $16,000 off new Cadillacs. Plus, lease a brand new 2009 Cadillac CTS for only $399 a month. Only at Grosinger Cadillac Lincolnwood. Grosinger Cadillac always offers the absolute lowest prices, the largest Cadillac selection, the best service possible, and only Grosinger offers a 3-day 150-mile exchange policy on every new Cadillac for $16,000 off new Cadillacs or a new 2009 CTS for $399 a month. Hurry to Grosinger Cadillac Lincolnwood.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. For over 50 years, Larson has been producing innovative storm doors. Made in Brookings, South Dakota, this self-storing Newberry model is just $127. The Westminster model is perfect for families with pets, $199. Secure your mail with Gentry vinyl mailbox combos from Rubbermaid. They're made in Walnut Ridge, Arkansas, and feature a durable construction. In 4 colors, $44.99 after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings.
Welcome back to BMW Cubs Pregame Live. Gail Fisher and Todd Hollinsworth here with you. The Cubs trying to make it 2 wins in a row over the Reds out at Wrigley Field, Game 2 of this weekend set. Let's check out who the Cubs have going today. The starting lineup on the north side, you'll see it is Reed Johnson at center field leading things off. Fukudomi moved down in the order behind Ramirez. That means Milton Bradley has the day off. Fontenot will play second base. Hill, of course, behind the dish for Kevin Hart. So a little bit of a change in this lineup, giving Bradley the day off.
Well, I mean, it's a good move. I mean, I'm sure it was probably planned, but I mean, what can you say? These guys are rolling. The numbers don't lie. You're starting to see the production from the middle of the lineup. You're seeing guys at the top of the lineup getting on. Ryan Theriot has been doing a fantastic job. You know, he looks like that guy. He's moving the ball around the yard again. I mean, these guys are getting on base and they're setting the table for what they're, you know, what I believe all of us thought was going to happen. Derek Lee, Ramos Ramirez, you know, Alfonso Soriano, who is, you know, moved into the sixth hole and done a very, very nice job there offensively. That's what you were expecting. Set the table, get the big boppers up there with runners on base and get some home runs and score a pile of runs. I mean, this team wasn't put together with the idea of stealing bases and hitting and running a whole lot.
As we take a look at the Reds starting lineup for today, Votto always seems dangerous against the Cubs anyway. Who really stands out for you in terms of who Kevin Hart may have trouble with?
Well, Votto and Phillips to me, I mean, I look at the Cincinnati lineup, and yes, there's some established veterans there. Willie Tavares is a guy who can get on. He's a stolen base threat. But I look at the middle of this lineup, and I mean, really, the success that Cincinnati is going to have on the offensive side goes through their number 3 and 4 hitters. And if you can contain those guys, much like they did yesterday, and yeah, they had a little bit of a bump in the road late in the game with some runs being scored in the 9th. But that being said, I mean, so much of it goes to those 2 guys. If you can contain those 2 guys, you're gonna minimize the damage that this lineup can do. There's not a whole lot of established hitters there, and there's some guys coming back from injuries that you know, are trying to get their feel back out there. And the success that they have had has been a direct result of really their starting pitching and their bullpen, which has been strong, and the little bit of offense that they've been getting.
Well, the wind was blowing out for only the 11th time this year at home. Yes, they actually keep track of these things. The Cubs took advantage of it yesterday, hitting 4 long balls. Now, that is the advantage also of the warm summer months, especially at Wrigley. We always hear about the weather heating up. That means the bats heat up. So this is the time we're going to see the power. If you're not hitting home runs by now at this point in the season, you're not going to.
Well, and you're absolutely right about that. And again, you look at how this roster is put together, this Cubs lineup, that's exactly what they're all about. You hear about it on the south side. It's the same thing. When the weather warms up and you say, well, wait a minute, now how's that going to translate into necessarily wins? You're playing another team that, you know, well, they can hit home runs too. Well, you've got more guys that are capable of doing it, and really that's how it, you know, explains itself. You've got guys who on a daily basis have the ability to go deep and hit the ball out of the yard and have a track record of doing that. You've got more of those guys and more of those hitters. This isn't a speed team that was put together with the idea that we're going to steal a bunch of bases and we're going to hit and run a lot. Yeah, it's nice to see small ball when the home runs aren't out there flying out of the yard, but when the summer gets here and the weather gets warm, a lot of these guys, they don't have to hit the ball square on the bat off the barrel to get home runs. They just put themselves in a position to, you know, get close to that barrel, and you'll see them hit balls out of the yard because these are big, strong guys who can do that on a daily basis, and that is the strength of both of these teams in Chicago.
Well, power does matter. I can tell you that's hot as we take a look at the numbers. The Cubs are 20-16 when hitting 1 home run in a game this year, and when they hit 2 or more, they are 22-7. So let's hit it out of the ballpark today, guys. Now, Ramos Ramirez, as we mentioned, had a big day yesterday. So the middle of this order, you've got a Derek Lee and you got a Ramos Ramirez in there. Can that help Alfonso Soriano and a Milton Bradley get things going? They did show some signs of life yesterday, going back-to-back with hits in that 6th inning. So how important is it for these guys to start going? If you had all 4 of them going, how potent could this lineup be?
And that's it. That's exactly what you want. That's how this thing has been mapped out. Jim Hendry put this together with that in mind, that you're going to get that kind of production from the middle of your lineup. You look at the other guys, the role players, even inside the starting lineup, you can break it down. There's guys who have defined roles. Some of these guys, it's to get on base. Some of these guys, it's to move guys over, to have good productive at-bats. I mean, you don't look at the lineup every day and say, we're expecting a whole lot from Coy Hill. He's out there for his defense and for handling this pitching staff. So you look to other places to get contributions on a daily basis, and that's what ultimately these guys are paid to do. Some of them are to drive in runs like Aramis Ramirez. Derek Lee to bring the complete package. He does that. So does Aramis. But I think that you can put that good, positive pressure on other guys in the lineup when they see that, you know what, Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez are stealing all the attention. And Alfonso Soriano said, you know what, I want some of that attention, and I want to go out there and I want to produce and I want to get the job done in a positive way. Those are good signs. That's the pressure that you talk about inside of your lineup each and every day. It's not always about going out there and obviously beating the opposition. That's a big part of that. But a lot of times the competition inside your lineup is so much fun to watch when guys start challenging each other to be better than what they've been performing at.
Ego can be a powerful motivator.
It certainly can be.
Since the All-Star break, Cubs are 6-2. They're hitting .280, and they have the 2nd highest slugging percentage in the National League. They are 3rd in the league in on-base percentage. But the biggest difference has been the run production. They are averaging close to 6 runs a game. All right, we have to take another commercial break. When we come back, we will take a look at the pitching matchup for today. It will be Kevin Hart against Johnny Cueto. We'll talk about that right after this.
If you had a mouse in your home, you'd trap it. Well, you have things like dust mite debris, bacteria, pollen, and mold spores circulating in the air in your home. A Filtrete high-performance filter traps 90% of them. An ordinary filter, just 20%. 90 versus 20. It's your home. Trap them. Trust Filtrete filters, the filter brand people trust most. Go to Filtrete.com and save $3 with mail-in rebate.
Our family has owned and operated Cassidy Tire and Service for over 95 years, and your satisfaction always comes first.
With over 100,000 tires in stock, we guarantee to have the right tire at a great price.
We provide the services your car needs to keep it on the road longer.
And we offer free 25-point inspections and free alignment checks.
Because it's our job to make sure you're safe on the road.
At Cassidy Tire and Service, we do more and we do it better. So count on us to be your one-stop shop.
Drive a 2009 Hyundai for thousands less. Only at Grosinger Hyundai Lincolnwood. How much less? 2009 Hyundai Sonatas are now only $13,900, and 2009 Hyundai Santa Fe's are only $16,900. Plus, buy a new Hyundai now and get gas for $1.49 a gallon for a whole year. With Hyundai's assurance powered by Price Lock, Grosinger Hyundai always offers the absolute lowest prices, the largest Hyundai selection, the best service possible, and only Grosinger offers a 3-day, 150-mile exchange policy on every new Hyundai. Get your Grosinger Hyundai Lincolnwood and save more now.
Through the years, many things pass from father to son, like Aqua Velva Aftershave. Smells great, cools, firms, and tones. Cool. Aqua Velva, men get it. Wake up your whiskers with Electric Shave. Electric Shave! Stands up whiskers for an up to 52% closer shave.
Man, that was close.
Electric Shave. Blade close, electric smooth.
The latest Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is Clear. Crystal Clear Turtle Wax Ice, a clarified synthetic carnauba that performs like no other polish or wax. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever. It was perfect. Clear and deep, really brings out the shine.
Ice is so advanced, you can use it in the hot sun with outstanding results. Now, your choice is clear. Crystal Clear Ice from Turtle Wax, world leader through innovation.
Welcome back. Kevin Hart will get the start today, one day early, as he fills in for Ted Lilly. Game 2 between the Cubs and Reds coming up at the top of the hour. So Kevin Hart will have to step in and take Lily's place in the order today. Let's take a look at the pitching matchup on the day. The Reds going with Johnny Cueto. He's one of the best pitchers on this staff, but like everyone else on this staff, his good season has gone south quickly. His ERA has been over 8 in his last 6 starts. Hart, meanwhile, is 1-1 on the year. He's done well making that transition from the pen to a starter and has a very nice ERA to show for it. Now, the one thing Hart has even said, Todd, he needs to gain better control. He's walked 10 in 10 innings in his last 2 starts.
Well, even in the big leagues this year, he's got 15 and just over 15 innings, and that's exactly what it's going to be about. I mean, I can sit here and tell you till I'm blue in the face about controlling the middle of this Cincinnati lineup, but I mean, if he's going to put guys on base today and give them opportunities to flip the lineup over and get guys on base in front of the 2 big boppers in Phillips and Votto, he's going to run into problems today. So I mean, it really is important that he comes out and throws strikes, and it's understanding the situation. It's understanding that, you know what, this is a lineup I can be much more aggressive against because there's guys in this lineup that really aren't going to do nearly the damage that some other teams can do. You know, if I can avoid the 3-4 hitter, I can be much more aggressive. And I mean, that's just got to be a mental, you know, a desire on his part, a mental note that he makes that I cannot just give guys free passes and, you know, to go out there and get strike one and use his pitch count to his advantage instead of, you know, maybe necessarily blowing it all out early and wasting some of those pitches, you know, with walks in situations that he doesn't need to walk at.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Cubs have had to rely on their young players from Iowa quite a bit this season, and they have done a nice job, including Kevin Hart, who will go out there again today. All right, we have to take another break. When we come back, we'll get Todd's keys to the game. Time now for our Just for Men Spotlight.
And now it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold of the Day, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color.
Marmol came into the game in the 8th inning, and he got the heart of the Reds' order. Votto, Phillips, and Encarnacion to go 1-2-3. Marmol leads the majors with 22 holds this season.
Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
It's been a while since I needed a tie.
You're gonna get this job. They'll be lucky to have you. I know it.
Just for Men. In 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray to help bring out your best.
How'd it go, Dad?
Honey, I think I'm gonna need more ties.
Yes!
Just for Men. Live forward.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's. Some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza, plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Block of tickets is now on sale. Jersey Boys, the blockbuster mega hit, has just released more tickets. And if you hurry, you can be the first to get choice seats to the sensational phenomenon. The New York Times cheers. The crowd goes wild. It's the show everybody's falling in love with. Jersey Boys. Visit BroadwayInChicago.com.
Performance now is all about knowledge. Knowing you're driving the #1 selling car in its class. Knowing you're driving what car and driver named a 10 best for an unmatched 18th year in a row. And knowing that right now, BMW is offering exceptional programs to help you do so. Performance now is the 3 Series. Lease a BMW 328i for $349 a month or take advantage of 1.9% finance.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana area BMW dealers. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
All right, welcome back to the show. As we mentioned, it is Kevin Hart against Johnny Cueto. Game 2 between the Cubs and Reds coming up in just a few minutes. You never know which Johnny Cueto is going to show up. If it's the one from back in April, he'll be dealing. If it's the one of late, the Cubs might have a good chance at this. Let's get your keys to the game.
Well, I think this is a great opportunity for the Cubs today. Johnny Cueto, obviously, he has been struggling, so I think the offense is going to come alive. But number one, nothing is for free. That's the Kevin Hart. That's what's I telling you. Don't give these guys free passes. Don't go out there. Come out, be aggressive today. Throw strike one. Use your good fastball and your cutter along with your slider and throw strikes and lengthen that out a little bit. Put yourself in a position where the bullpen's not going to have to pick you up so early in the game. Number two, the early offense. I think it's a great opportunity. Johnny Cueto's been struggling. Get out there, score some runs early. And third, continue the surge. This team has been rallying around these injuries. They've been putting themselves in position to win some ball games despite everything that's been going on. I think it's a great opportunity for this team to get rolling here at home back at Wrigley Field.
All right, that's a recipe for a W. Len Casper and Bob Bradley have the call. Tyler and I will see you after the game. Enjoy, everyone.
For Cubs baseball today from Wrigley Field here on Comcast Sportsnet. Another huge crowd filing in. The Cubs got this homestand off to a winning start with an 8-5 decision yesterday. Today it's the middle game of this weekend series against the Cincinnati Reds. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. Not only did the Cubs win, but the Cardinals with Matt Holliday in their lineup beat Philadelphia. Houston won as well, so the Cubs are tied for second, a game and a half behind St. Louis. But the good news is the Cubs have their run producer not only back in the lineup, but getting back to the old Aramis Ramirez.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point, getting back to the old Aramis Ramirez. Aramis Ramirez has been known around the National League for years as a really good breaking ball hitter. This doubled the gap in right center yesterday, came on a slider down low and away. He stayed on it, got great extension. The home run came on a slider down and out over the plate. He got great extension once again. There will be stages throughout the second half of the season where Aramis may need a day or two off to rest that shoulder, but it's really good to see him swinging the bat well.
And another big key, Bob, of course, is to get guys on base in front of Aramis, and we've seen that lately too.
Well, if you put him on base ahead of Aramis, he'll find a way to get him on the plate. You talk about a run producer, 5 driven in, 3 scored in his last 2 games.
Ted Lilly, the left-hander, has been placed on the disabled list with left shoulder inflammation. We'll tell you more about when the Cubs think he'll be back later, but Kevin Hart moves up a day to pitch in his spot.
And Kevin Hart, believe it or not, this may be a really good matchup for him. We talked about it earlier, Len. This Reds team, a very aggressive swinging ball club. Kevin Hart's command can desert him from time to time. If those Reds are aggressive, he could get some good counts in his favor. Johnny Cueto for the Reds really struggling in his last 3 starts.
So it's Cueto for the Reds and Hart for the Cubs. The Cubs surging out of the All-Star break, winners of 6 of 8. They hope to keep it going today against the Cincinnati Reds. Coming up next.
Fastest 3G network, AT&T.
For more than 20 years, people have been coming to Bud's Skyline Inn, the Quad City's #1 supper club. Fly in for some of Bud's favorites, like their famous surf and turf, tantalizing steaks, succulent catfish, or mouth-watering prime rib. Relax at Bud's Skyline Inn with your favorite cocktail while keeping track of the arrival and departures at the Quad City International Airport. In a hurry? Get in and out with their $6.95 lunch specials every weekday. So for your next special occasion or just a quick lunch, Bud's Skyline Inn, just 2 minutes from the airport.
Why do people shop at K&K True Value Hardware?
The place where you want to feel like you're being treated as a customer and as a person. That's the good vibes that you get back from people at K&K.
I know that when I walk in the door, someone is going to be there to help me.
My gosh, I've seen some of the same people for 25 years.
They're friendly. They help me out with a lot of my questions, and it's just great to see a smile.
Service with answers, that's the K&K way.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by the all-new 2010 Lexus RS, reinventing the vehicle that invented it all. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. McDonald's of Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Honda. Test drive a 2009 Honda today at your Honda dealer. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, dedicated to giving you the security to experience wellness everywhere. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on.
Welcome back to the ballpark. The giveaway today, keychains for the first 10,000 adults, 21 and older, compliments of Comcast Sportsnet. And what a beautiful day. Wind is really howling today. Kind of blowing out a little bit left to right. We saw a wind blowing out last night, and the Cubs were able to hit 4 home runs. The Reds had 1 from Aaron Harang, and the Cubs took the opener of this series 8-5. So we'll see what transpires here in game 2 as right-hander Kevin Hart takes the mound against this Reds Southwest starting lineup. Dickerson is in right again. Tavares in center. Joey Votto with a 5-game hitting streak at first. Phillips, Encarnacion, Gomes again in left. Jerry Hairston Jr. gets his first start of the series at short. Craig Tatum, his first major league start. He's in for Ryan Hannigan, who was a late scratch because of a stiff neck. And the pitcher Johnny Cueto bats ninth.
Let's take a look at the Cubs defensively today. Soriano, Johnson, and Fukudome across the outfield. Aramis Ramirez at third base. Ryan Theriot at short. Mike Fontenot at second. Derek Lee over at first base. You know who's catching, Coy Hill, and he'll be catching pitches from right-hander Kevin Hart. Mentioned in the open of the show, this could be a really good matchup for Kevin Hart. He's had command issues this year in 15 2/3 innings at the major league level. He's walked 15 batters. Last time out against Washington, more of the same. 5 innings, 5 base on balls. But this is a very aggressive swinging Reds ball club. If they chase some of those borderline pitches, he could have a good day.
Chuck Merriweather, the home plate umpire today. Diaz, Cooper, and the crew chief Riley around the bases. Well, Matt Holliday certainly announced his presence in the Cardinals lineup with 4 hits in his St. Louis debut after being acquired from the Oakland A's, and they beat the Philadelphia Phillies last night. Mike Hampton hit a home run for the Astros as he bested Johan Santana of the Mets. So the standings remain the same at the top. Milwaukee lost at home to Atlanta. They're 3.5 out, and everybody else at least 7 back. 16th career homer for Mike Hampton.
Well, still a long way to go, and the impact of Matt Holliday on that St. Louis Cardinals lineup remains to be seen as we move forward. But what a splash, his first game with his new ball club. Also Julio Lugo with a couple of extra base hits, including a home run in that game. So they're new guys making an immediate impact.
So Dickerson will lead it off. 0 for 4 yesterday. Did walk as they rallied in the 9th, scoring 2 runs on a single by Willie Tavares. And Joey Votto would take a called third strike from Kevin Gregg to end it. And we are underway. Ball 1 on Dickerson. He'll be followed by Tavares and then Votto. Hart won his last time out. 3rd career win. First as a starter. This is just his 3rd career start in the major leagues. Got the win against the Washington Nationals on Sunday. So pitching on 5 days rest. There's the first strike. 2-1. Fly ball out into center. Johnson coming in, and he leaves his feet. But he couldn't make the play. Dickerson trying to get the second. Tag applied. He's out. Well, Johnson trapped it, but he was able to get up with it and fire it to Fontenot in time to get Dickerson for the first out. So that'll be a single for Dickerson, but he's gunned down at second.
Reed had it momentarily, but as his body barrel rolled out there in shallow center, the ball slipped out of his glove. Good presence of mind, however, to realize that the play is still going on. Had it for a moment, able to recover, throws from his knees into Mike Fontenot at second base. A good quick tag on Dickerson for the out at second base.
So that'll bring up Willie Taveras with nobody on. .75 degrees as we get started. The wind is out of the northwest at 15 miles an hour. Flags are stiff out in center field right now, going from left to right. A roller up the middle. That's a base hit. So back-to-back singles for the Reds to start it, but only one base runner. Here comes Joey Votto.
Just a little ground ball right back up the middle of the field. Good sinker down low. Got the desired result, which is a ground ball. Unfortunately, it finds a hole up the middle of the field.
Taveras 19 out of 25 in the stolen base department, and Hart's going to keep a close watch on him. Technically, a northwest wind is a crosswind, and this is the fourth time we've started with this particular direction, either northwest or southeast, and the Cubs are 3-0 in a crosswind.
You used the term the game started in a crosswind. That's something that we don't pay a whole lot of attention to, but many times during the course of the game that wind will change drastically, and players down on the field definitely have to be aware which direction the wind is blowing. Keep an eye on those flags. How firm is the wind, and how is that going to affect my defensive play in the outfield?
Taveras runs. The pitch is low. Hill's throw is late. Taveras with his first steal of the weekend. We've seen the Reds be pretty aggressive, not only at the plate, but on the bases.
And Kevin Gregg can be extremely slow to the plate at times. He does have a slide step that he'll use on occasion, but when he uses that high leg kick, it's very easy for runners to get big jumps. Kevin Hart, I stand corrected.
With a long look at Taveras. Now the pitch, it's outside. 2-1. With Ted Lilly going on the disabled list, sinker baller Justin Berg is on the major league roster for the first time. Called up from AAA Iowa. He'll pitch out of the bullpen. Cubs got him from the New York Yankees back in 2005 for Matt Lawton. The way the rotation will set up as of right now, Rich Harden will pitch tomorrow in the series finale. There's Justin Berg. He's from Anago, Wisconsin, and went to a Triton Junior College in nearby River Grove, Illinois. Taveras off to third. Safe there. 3-2 on Votto.
Tremendous jump by Willie Taveras. Boy, Hill with a strong throw right on the bag, but by the time Aramis gets the tag down to the base, Taveras is already popping up out of his slide. Kevin Hart is going to have to pay more attention to the base stealers. I mean, for a guy that walks a batter an inning, gives up 12 hits in 15 2/3 innings, he's going to have his share of base runners. It's very important that you at least slow him down.
Votto sends a fly ball fairly deep out to left. Soriano with the catch and will not even attempt a strong throw to the plate because he really didn't have a shot at Taveras. It'll be a sac fly for Votto, who picks up his 47th RBI. And the Reds strike first today. So to get back to the rotation, Harden's supposed to go tomorrow. The Cubs ideally would like him to pitch Monday night, but they may not have that option. Carlos Zambrano would come back on normal rest Monday night against Houston. Ryan Dempster could then come off the DL on Tuesday. Randy Wells on Wednesday, and then Kevin Hart could come back on Thursday. One thing Lou has considered, but some of it depends on what Kevin Hart does today, is having Jeff Samardzija start tomorrow and have Harden go in the night game. And as we've talked about for the last few weeks, Rich Harden has been a lot more successful pitching at night than during the day. But the problem there is if you get a short start today and or tomorrow, then you kind of blow out your bullpen for the Houston series, something the Cubs certainly don't want to do, particularly with Dempster coming off the DL on Tuesday. You don't want to have to rely on him to give you 7 or 8 innings in his first start since coming back from injury.
And you know, that Rich Harden difference between the day games and night games is really just a new phenomenon this year. Throughout the course of his career, the ERA has been basically the same. I think 3.24 in day games, 3.22 in night games. Perhaps it's very, very close. So that's something that's really just popped up this year.
Lilly also will have his left knee scoped. Remember, he was bothered by the soreness in that knee. So they'll get that taken care of, I believe, early next week. And he should miss, hopefully, no more than 3 weeks, 4 or 5 starts, and be back in mid-August. Aaron Miles is in his rehab assignment with AAA Iowa. David Patton is also pitching in the Cubs minor league system. Giovanni Soto's down in Mesa. 3-2 to Phillips. That's outside, ball 4. So it's obvious, Bob, the Reds, looking at the Kevin Hart scouting report, they're going to wait him out today.
It appears so. I mean, we saw the Reds being very aggressive yesterday. So far, more patience than we saw in 9 innings of the ball game yesterday from the Reds hitters.
Encarnacion went 1 for 3 with a double and a walk in game 1. The kick and the pitch. Big swing and a miss. Actually just got a piece of it for a foul strike. Reds utilizing Willie Taveras' stolen base speed to manufacture a run, a single, 2 steals, and then he scored on a sac fly. Phillips leaning, and Hart will throw over. The other thing the manager wanted to do today was maybe give Jake Fox a start behind the plate against hard-throwing right-hander Johnny Cueto. He liked the matchup for Jake at the plate. But behind the plate, it would have been a tough spot to put him in because of all the movement on Kevin Hart's pitches and the fact that the Reds like to run.
In an odd kind of way, it's actually easier to put a catcher who has relatively little experience behind the plate, match him up with a veteran who knows exactly what he wants to do on the mound, and make it a little easier on that catcher that hasn't had the experience. You put a relatively young catcher as far as experience behind the plate with the same thing on the mound, that can be a long afternoon.
Jake and Chad Fox back with the club. As we saw, Chad is on the disabled list. The 2-1 pitch bounced to third. Ramirez backing up, will throw over to first, and that ends the long inning for Kevin Hart. Gave up 2 hits, 2 steals, a walk, and a run. The Cubs are coming up against Johnny Cueto.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Some people buy a car based on the deal they get. Others buy the car of their dreams. During the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you can do both. It's an opportunity today. It's a Lexus forever. Lease the 2009 IS250 all-wheel drive for $349 a month for 36 months with $36.49 due at signing.
Kobach.
Mr. Miller. Everyone's heading to Arby's for the official $5 combo of summer, featuring Arby's new barbecue bacon cheddar roast burger with curly fries and a drink for only $5. Big on barbecue taste, it's the $5 combo done better.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Bottom 1, the Reds got 1 on the top of the first against Kevin Hart. Let's look at how the Cubs line up, brought to you by Southwest. Reed Johnson will get the start in center. Ryan Terrio's been hot as he tries to get back up over 300. Lee Ramirez, Fucadome in the middle. Milton Bradley will be back in the lineup tomorrow against right-hander Micah Owings. Soriano in left. Fontenot, Hill, and Hart 7 through 9.
Take a quick look at the Reds defensively. Johnny Gomes, Willie Taveras, Chris Dickerson across the outfield. Encarnacion and Jerry Hairston Jr. on the left side. Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto on the right side of the infield. Late insertion into the lineup. Is it Chris Tatum? Craig Tatum.
Craig Tatum.
Craig Tatum taking over for Ryan Hannigan, who was scratched very late with a stiff neck.
Just a bit outside, as Harry Doyle would say. Johnny Cueto, when you look at the overall numbers, pretty good. But it's been a struggle lately as an 8.15 July earned run average. His ERA has gone north every month. He was dazzling against the Cubs in this ballpark early in the season. On April 22nd, 7 shutout innings on just 4 hits, no walks, 3 strikeouts to get the 3-0 win. The 2-0 pitch to Reed Johnson is at the bottom of the zone. Strike 1.
Now there's something that Johnny Cueto is hitting a little bit of a wall. He pitched 174 innings for the Reds last year. He pitched some winter ball down the Dominican Republic and also was on the Dominican team in the World Baseball Classic.
That scoots underneath Edwin Encarnacion, and Johnson makes a turn. He's going to try for 2 and get there standing. It's a double for Johnson.
Fastball down over the heart of the plate. Reed Johnson hits a hard topspin grounder. Encarnacion went down to try to block that ball. It still somehow got underneath his glove. Leadoff double for Reed Johnson.
So Ryan Theriot will at the very least try to shoot something over to the right side and get Johnson to third with less than 2 outs. Instead he bunts. Not an easy pitch to bunt. Encarnacion's throw is in time to Votto. So it'll be a sacrifice for Theriot, and it almost ended up being a hit.
A good concentration right there by Ryan Terrio. He wants to bunt that ball to the third base side, and Cueto threw it right at him. Made a quick adjustment, pulled his bat back closer to his body, was able to deaden that ball down the third base line for a perfect sac bunt.
The Reds will bring their infielders in with Derek Lee at the plate. Man, you love that as a hitter. See a lot of space in between the infielders and outfielders. Cuts down on the reaction time of all the infielders. Lee with a 2-run homer in the 8th inning as the Cubs added some insurance in game 1. So 19 homers on the year, 62 driven in. Outside corner strike according to Chuck Merriweather. Cueto's only 23 years old, 5'10", 201 pounds. From the Dominican Republic. That's low. 2-1 the count. Second year in the majors. Last year made 31 starts, went 174 innings. Bob talked about how busy he's been, as this will be past both outfielders. And Derek on his way to second. He's going to try for 3. They missed the cutoff man. He's safe. Throw gets by there, and he'll stay at third. So it's 1-1, and Derek's at third base with only 1 out. Dickerson and Taveras got near that fly ball, but neither got it. And once it got past, Lee was thinking triple.
Hey, you talked about that infield being drawn in and how it improves Derek's chance to drive the ball through. Also, it increases the gap between the outfielders and the infielders. No chance for Brandon Phillips, the second baseman, to get back there. The 2 outfielders had a little miscommunication. Also, a poor throw back to the infield. All in all, tie ball game. Derek Lee representing the go-ahead run at third base with 1 out.
And they leave the infield in against Aramis Ramirez, and he pops one down the right field line. And no play for Dickerson. It's into the seats. Huge day for Aramis yesterday, tying his career high with 4 hits. 3 were extra base knocks, 2 doubles, a home run, 3 RBIs, including 2 go-ahead runs driven in. Way inside, 1-1. Ramirez going with the sunglasses. He doesn't use the flip downs. He just wears the sunglasses on defense and at the plate. High deep drive, left field, gone. 2-run homer for Aramis. His 7th hit the last 3 games. And just like that, 4 batters and 3 runs.
First Heineken home run replay of the ball game. I don't know why anybody throws him a breaking ball for a strike. That was not a bad slider down on the inside part of the plate. Aramis Ramirez just golfed it out of here through a 15-mile-an-hour wind.
So the Cubs lead by 2 just like that. Fukudome skies it down the left field line, foul. The Jaguar high performance of the week, Kosuke Fukudome. He's been doing really well in that leadoff spot. Today's batting 5th with Bradley out of the lineup.
Been on base nearly half his at-bats in the last week.
Spins around, 1-2 the count. A double, a sac bunt, an RBI triple, and a 2-run homer for the Cubs here in the opening inning. Brano had only allowed 5 earned runs, 6 overall, and just under 21 innings in his career here at Wrigley Field prior to this inning. He's given up 3 already today. Soriano waiting on deck. The wind and the payoff pitch. Bouncer up the middle. Hairston the throw late. Kosuke beat it out for an infield hit. So the Cubs have batted for the team's cycle.
5 hitters into the game. A single, a double, a triple, a home run. Well, that's the advantage of being a left-handed batter. Kosuke fooled a little bit by that pitch, but he was moving out of the batter's box as he made contact, allowing him to beat the throw to first base. Good hustle by Kosuke from our high-speed shutter cam. You can see he just did beat that throw.
And still only 1 out. Here's Soriano. Had a single and 4 trips yesterday. In the dirt, blocked by Tatum. Catching the Reds at a good time. They've lost 4 straight and 12 of their last 16. Banged up as well. Jay Bruce on the disabled list. Edinson Volquez also out. Their catcher Ramon Hernandez just had knee surgery. But the Cubs are banged up too. We've talked a lot about it. Knee-high strike, 3-1. Nobody feels sorry for anybody else. We can tell you that. The 3-1 pitch rolled into left for a base hit. They are teeing off on Johnny Cueto.
Pitching coach Dick Pohl making his way out to the mound. I tell you, Johnny Cueto right now just has no idea where the ball is going. That doesn't mean he's walking a lot of guys, but he's not hitting his spots. He's missing from one side of the plate to the other. He tries to go down, he leaves the ball up. He tries to go up, he leaves the ball down. Fortunately for the Cubs, a lot of the mistakes that he's made here in this first inning have been very hittable strikes.
You certainly want to make a guy pay for it while you can, because at some point he may figure it out. Mike Fontenot went deep yesterday. Low for ball 1. Check down at third. Mike Riley said he held up. So Cueto has made 25 pitches here in the first inning, and he's only recorded 1 out.
And that was a gimme, a sacrifice bunt by Ryan Theriot.
Missed again, 3-0. You wonder at what point will the Reds think about getting somebody up in their bullpen? They haven't gotten to that juncture yet, but it might be getting close. They're loaded for Coy Hill. I think if you're Dusty Baker right now, you're going to be thrilled if Cueto can get out of this with only 3 runs allowed. And if you're the Cubs, I think you'd be disappointed with anything less than 4 or 5 right now. You've got the pitcher on deck and still only 1 out. Hill pops it up. 2 outs. So that gives Cueto a little light at the end of the tunnel with the pitcher coming up.
Very limited appearances this year as a hitter, 1 for 4 with an RBI. You mentioned the youth of Johnny Cueto. This is one of those things, and sometimes it's a very tough lesson to learn as a young pitcher. On those days you don't have your best stuff, you have to find a way to get your team back in the dugout as quickly as possible. Cueto really seems to be fighting himself out there on the mound, really struggling, overthrowing the ball at times. Yeah, those are the things you learn with experience.
The hit and the RBI for Kevin Hart came in his last start on Sunday in D.C. That's low, 1-1. With 2 outs, the Cubs have scored 3 runs. RBI triple by Derek Lee, a 2-run homer by Aramis Ramirez. Another good hack by Hart, 1-2. Aramis is sizzling hot. And evens it up at 2 apiece. Cubs are 2-2 against the Reds at home, 4-3 overall here in 2009. When it's all said and done, these 2 clubs will meet up 15 times. Almost hit him, and it's full, 3-2. All goes, swing and a miss. He struck him out. The Cubs did get 3. They leave the bases loaded. A 34 pitch first inning for Johnny Cueto. It's 3-1 Cubs after 1.
Some airlines charge your bag $15 to ride in the bottom of the plane in the dark. No peanuts or nothing. And then if your bag wants to bring one of its little bag friends for company, they charge another $25. That's just plain mean. Why do they hate your bags? At Southwest Airlines, bags fly free.
Grab your bag. It's on.
Let's go, Bill. 2 beers.
Are you insured? Do you know when your beer is perfectly cold? Or do you risk drinking a warm one? If you have the new Coors Light cold activated can, you're covered. Because now every can turns blue and your beer is as cold as the Rockies. It's cold insurance. Only from Coors Light. Cold beer. That's our policy. You might want to put something cold on that.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
An echo is heard from the mountain walls. Forever it stands and proudly it calls, guiding you on to blue skies everywhere.
For generations, more families have built a lifetime of memories with the confidence that Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois will continue to be there for all the adventures yet to come.
Find blue skies everywhere.
All training camp long, don't miss anything happening in Bear Benet. As the Bears prepare for the regular season, Comcast Sportsnet has the beat on everything from training camp. Every night, Bears beat reporter Kip Lewis brings Bears fans the latest news and interviews on Chicago Tribune Live and Sports Night. Position battles, injuries, and behind-the-scenes access to everything happening with the Monsters of the Midway. Bears training camp reports beginning Friday on Chicago Tribune Live and Sports Night, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
On Sunday, August 9th, minor league excitement returns to Wrigley Field with the second annual Road to Wrigley presented by National City, now part of PNC. Don't miss the action as the Iowa Cubs take on the Las Vegas 51s here at Wrigley Field. Kids 14 and under will get a chance to run the bases after the game. Order your tickets today at Cubs.com. That was a rather eventful first inning. Kevin Hart had to work out of some trouble. He did give up one. And then Johnny Cueto was up against the ropes the entire bottom of the first as the Cubs got 3. 1-1 the count on Johnny Gomes playing left for the second straight day. Lance Nix was a late scratch yesterday with a stiff back. Gomes in there again. 2 homers his last 4 games. And a good breaking ball from Kevin Hart. It's 1-2. The righty coming back. They're going to check it first, and Laz Diaz said Gomes held up.
Ernest Hemingway in the crowd today. Thought it was a bullfight, but it's all right.
Big swing and a miss on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Kevin Hart, and that's his first strikeout.
That's the kind of at-bat Kevin Hart needs from these Reds hitters. Get him to chase some pitches out of the strike zone. Gomes a little overly aggressive. Chases a letter-high fastball out of the strike zone away.
That'll bring up former Cub Jerry Hairston Jr. getting the nod at short. Alex Gonzalez came off the DL yesterday and went 0 for 4 with a run. To send out happy birthday wishes to Virginia Pressey. Huge Cubs fan, watching at home with friends and family. Virginia's son Gary plays the organ here at Wrigley Field. He's the best in the business. And he always hides behind that post. One and 2 on Jerry Hairston. Also want to give a nice pop to our fantastic audio engineer Frank Leone, battling some power issues down in our production truck today, but he got us up and ready to go, ready for action. As we bring you not only the sights but the sounds of Wrigley Field. The 1-2 to Hairston, low and outside, 2-2.
And there's a lot to look at here at Wrigley Field today. Beautiful sunshine above, big fluffy white clouds, full house. Field's in great shape after the concerts they had here at Wrigley Field while we were on the road trip. Just an absolutely ideal day for baseball.
We want to welcome again all the service women and servicemen watching around the world on the Armed Forces Network. This battle continues, and now it's over as Hairston strikes out. So Hart has fanned the first 2 batters here in the second, as he tries to shut him down after his offense gave him a 3-1 lead.
Well, we talk about that big shutdown inning all the time, Len. After your team puts some runs on the board, gets you back in the game, it's so important that you go back out there and keep the momentum on your side of the field.
Now the catcher, Craig Tatum, rookie, made his major league debut the other night in L.A., getting his first start today. And for Hannigan, and he fouls out to Fukudome. Hannigan had 3 hits yesterday, so they're going to miss him in their lineup today. They go down 1-2-3 after an inning and a half. Cubs 3, Reds 1.
The Infiniti V-Vil engine creates more power using less fuel. Nothing breathes like it. Nothing performs like it. Available on the G Sedan, G Coupe, and G Convertible.
Are you going to the game or looking for a place to watch it? The Captain Morgan Club on Addison and Sheffield is calling your name. Open year-round with 30 flat-screen TVs and an outdoor patio. Come to the Captain Morgan Club to watch the Cubs and every sporting event. Tickets or no tickets, we're calling all captains.
This Tuesday, you haven't experienced Fast and Furious until you've seen it on Blu-ray High Def. Perfect picture. Perfect sound. Fast and Furious. On the 2-disc for a limited time only. Tuesday.
These 2 here, guys. It's all good, man. Don't sweat it. Don't worry about it. You know what? Follow me.
There you go, guys. Enjoy the game.
Heineken Light, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, can you pass me one? Please?
Heineken Light. Give yourself a good name. Heighten your experience this summer. Visit the Infiniti Limited Engagement Summer Event now to take advantage of our best offers of the year. Lease an Infiniti G Sedan for $379 per month or get 0% APR financing.
Time for today's Coors Light Freeze Cam. Back in the first inning, Reed Johnson. As a matter of fact, the very first batter of the ball game, Chris Dickerson, with a little sinking line drive to center. Reed had it in his glove momentarily, and then it dropped out. But the good news is Reed stayed with it, was able to throw out Dickerson at second base.
Hey, great to see the senior advisor to President Obama, David Axelrod, a huge Cub fan, in attendance today. Strike on Reed Johnson. So second time through the order here in the bottom of the second inning. Johnson deep into center. Willie Taveras with a quick look back. Oh, makes the catch, pulls it out of the vines, and may have tweaked his ankle. Well, Reed Johnson's done that to a few batters, so I'm sure he's not happy about it, but at least can appreciate the effort by Willie Taveras on an excellent catch.
Well, I'm surprised how far that ball carried. We mentioned that 15-mile-an-hour crosswind blowing from left to right, but that ball goes all the way to the vines in straightaway center field. Taveras with a couple of late second adjustments there, feeling for those vines, able to climb up and make the catch.
Low to Ryan Theriot. Now, this is a kind of inning for Dusty Baker and Dick Pohl to try to figure out if Cueto's going to get it together, or if it's going to be one of those days. And even though he got Johnson out, It was a deep fly all the way to the wall in center. Now he's 2-0 Ontario. Make it 2-1. Bounce to third. Gloved by Encarnacion, who throws across. We had the graphic up briefly earlier. 3 starts ago, on July 6th at Philadelphia, Cueto could not get through the first inning. Gave up 9 earned runs on 5 hits in just 2/3 of an inning. So he's had a start kind of like this, but worse already this month.
A 22-1 Reds loss that day.
Well, that just kills your bullpen. I'm guessing that was one of the days when Paul Janisch pitched. Paul Janisch, a backup infielder, has already made 2 appearances on the mound this year. Off the plate inside, and he's behind another Cubs batter. 2-0 on Lee.
And just in case you're wondering, how did Paul Janisch do? Well, in 2 innings of work, he gave up 9 hits and 11 earned runs. So that's something Dusty would prefer not to do a 3rd time this season.
Fly ball right field. Dickerson shuffling over, makes a catch, and Cueto does go 1-2-3 in the second, just like Kevin Hart did. Hit it on 9 pitches. 3-1 Cubs after 2 on a beautiful day on the north side.
Celebrate the next 100 years of engineering excellence this summer with GMC. Where the price on the tag is the price you pay on Acadia, the 8-passenger crossover from GMC. Get a fuel-efficient 2009 GMC Acadia for $29,376, or get 0% APR financing for 60 months on most 2009 GMC models. Acadia, engineering that happens when you never say never. Now at the GMC Summer Event.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Come out to Valley Falls Adventure Golf for exciting and affordable fun for the whole family. Watch the kids explore the premier miniature golf course in the Quad Cities as you sit back on the patio at Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos. Or take a swing yourself. There's adventure at every turn at Valley Falls. We also offer birthday, charity, fundraising, and special events packages for miniature golf and Happy Joe's. Valley Falls Adventure Golf, one slice short of heaven. Located behind Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos in Cole Valley.
America, put down your sandwiches and speak up.
Subway, eat fresh.
When you want savings you can taste.
Eat fresh.
Eat fresh. Flavor you can bank on.
Eat fresh.
Eat fresh. And huge flavorific subs that won't take a big bite out of your wallet.
Eat fresh.
Eat fresh.
Right now at Subway restaurants, you can get one of 8 regular 6-inch fresh value meals for just $5. That's one of 8 regular 6-inch sandwiches, plus chips and a drink for just $5. Subway, eat fresh.
Get the best Chicago sports news nightly on Sports Night. Coming up tonight at 6:30, a full Major League recap with reaction from the Cubs clubhouse. Join Chris Bowden for Sports Night tonight at 6:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Every time we see Todd Hollandsworth in one of our graphics, he's analyzing this game. Always working hard.
Usually Todd's looking forward to the next game. He's already got this one figured out.
Johnny Cueto will ground out to Derek Lee. That was a bailout swing from the Reds pitcher. Aaron Harang yesterday hit a 3-run homer to supply most of their offense. Never a bad day for Cotton Candy.
We have to head back out and get another bag. They almost finished that one already. We're only in the 3rd inning.
Wash it down with a nice sugary soda. One strike on Dickerson. Hart has retired 5 consecutive Reds since the walk to Phillips in the 1st inning. little dribbler toward Ramirez, who's going to have to barehand. Nicely done.
Good as you can do it right there for Aramis Ramirez. Initially, I thought he might have had time to glove that ball, but with the speedy Dickerson running down the first baseline, Aramis made the right decision, barehanded it, and made a strong throw to D. Lee for the out.
We got a good look on that replay. Kept his head down and his eyes on that ball as he looked it into the bare hand before the throw. Many times when guys whiff on that play, they're already looking at where they need to throw it. Taveras singled, then stole second, stole third, and scored on a sac fly by Votto in the first inning. That's the Reds' only run to this point.
You know, Len, any defensive play is really two plays. Number one, catch the ball. Number two, make a strong throw. And you can see Aramis Ramirez had his head right down there, tracked the ball all the way into his bare hand. The good ones make it seem seamless, like it's just one continuous, easy play. But actually, it's two different things. You catch it first, and then you throw it.
There is multitasking involved in this business, chewing gum and
walking.
Catching and throwing are two separate things, although there are some middle infielders who can do both at the same time. Taveras. Obviously, Hart does not want to walk him. There are 2 outs in the inning, and Votto's on deck. Here it is, strike 2.
Now, Taveras with 2 stolen bases already in the game. That's one reason you don't want to put him on base. But as you mentioned, with Joey Votto in the on-deck circle, it opens that hole on the right side of the infield, giving Votto a better chance to drive one through into right field.
Pops it up, Lee over into foul ground, still drifting and making the catch. And for Kevin Hart, back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings after a little bit of a slow start in the first for him. Cubs lead 3-1 midway in the third.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Create new retaining walls, tree rings, or landscaping projects with concrete blocks. They're manufactured in 5 Midwest locations and are a perfect addition to any landscape. Crestone 2 concrete retaining wall blocks make landscaping easy and affordable in 7 colors, 99 cents each. Add Wood Ecology's natural wood mulch for the perfect finishing touch. Only $1.99 for a 2 cubic foot bag.
Save big money at Menards.
During the Autobahn for All event, you can get great lease deals. I love it. I just want to know it's the right move. Me? 13 days in the future. You get a deal on a car you've always wanted. Scheduled maintenance is included. It's all good.
What's the future like?
You love your new Jetta.
And the suit?
You like it?
No, I love it.
Now during the Autobahn for All event, lease a 2009 Jetta S for just $179 a month. Hurry in before your future Volkswagen is history.
To be your drum, so all beats well for you, and be your light, shining always true blue.
For generations, more families have set out upon new journeys with the confidence that Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois will continue to be there for all the memories yet to come.
Shining always true blue.
Monday, Houston has a problem when they step foot in Wrigley as Derek Lee and the Cubs aim for a win against the Astros, followed by Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Join Lynn and Bob as the Cubs take on the Astros, Monday at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Watch the Cubs host the Houston Astros is coming Tuesday, July 28th at 7:05 p.m. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans get a Cubs Fathead compliments of Gatorade. Oh, Fatheads. Those are those things you can stick up on your wall, right?
I believe so. or several of those. Just wallpaper your room with them.
Say cheese. Can you take it, sir? Thank you.
Anytime now.
Let me get back to the game here. Off of first, it's Votto, but Phillips dropped it in foul territory. Tried to make the basket catch behind Votto and couldn't pull it in. No play, no error on Phillips.
Phillips with the shades up on top of the hat. That's a good place for him when you're trying to track a pop-up in the sun. I know it looks cool, but it's absolutely zero function.
Fouled back. Ramirez with a 2-run shot in the first inning to give the Cubs a lead for the 3rd time in this series. So when Aramis has come up there in big spots, he has come through so far on this homestand. Dorothy always in the same spot right behind the visiting dugout. She keeps it clean, right? When
yeah, very
she
much
heckles the opposing players.
At least here at the ballpark she does. But yeah, every team in the National League is very familiar with Dorothy. As you mentioned, same seat every ball game, right behind the stairs as the players come back to that first base dugout. And she'll give it to them a little bit, but it's all very good-natured. They usually give it right back to her.
Always wearing her Cubs visor. It's always singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" with everybody else in the 7th inning. We oftentimes have a shot of her during the song. 3-2 to Ramirez. He's worked it full after an 0-2 start. Fukudome's on deck. 3-1 Cubs here in the last of the 3rd. Blowing inside, he walked him. That's a leadoff walk. Second free pass issued by Cueto, and here's Fukudome.
That's another improvement on the Cubs offense that we haven't really talked about much with Aramis Ramirez returning off the disabled list. We were also anxious to see him swing the bat and drive in some runs, which he has done, but also his patience at the plate. Doesn't chase a lot of bad pitches. Usually he's going to force the opposing pitcher to give him something he can hit, and if not, take the base on ball, set it up for the guys behind you.
One strike on Fukudome. Just off the outside edge. 1-1. Kosuke now with an 8-game hitting streak. I believe this is a last game that will be attended by his mentor and hitting coach back in Japan, Kyosuke Sasaki, who is scheduled to fly home tomorrow.
And with that in mind, Carlos Zambrano and his new Shar-Pei puppy left a gift for Mr. Sasaki before he goes back to Japan.
You care to elaborate on that gift?
Well, I think it's unnecessary. Put 2 and 2 together.
Would it be a similar gift to the one Art Schott's dogs occasionally would leave on the field?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
But apparently, we heard that Mr. Sasaki said that's good luck or something. I'm not sure for whom. Oh, it's caught by Votto. What a catch to rob Fukudome of a hit. he caught it. Ramirez able to get back to the bag before a double play.
Votto obviously holding on Ramirez down there. You can see how shallow he is. That ball is hit like a bullet. That ball was hit so hard, if Votto doesn't get it, it might go all the way down in the right field corner for extra bases. Fortunately, Ramirez able to avoid the tag and get back into first base. Well, you need a high-speed shutter cam to get a shot of that catch. Great reactions by Joey Votto.
1-0 on Soriano. Kicking the pitch. Votto comes over. No play. Hits the edge of the top of the dugout. Thought Dorothy was going to have a shot at that one, maybe. She wasn't even paying attention. Come on, Dorothy. Eyes on the field. Alfonso extending his hitting streak to 8 games with his first inning single. Base hit left field. He's 2 for 2. Ramirez will stop at second. That'll bring up Mike Fontenot. Mike walked back in the first inning. See, that says go Iron Pigs. I mentioned the Iron Pigs the other day, the AAA affiliate of the Philadelphia Phillies, right?
Yeah.
Two on, 1 out. And Cueto steps off the rubber. Rich Harden and Micah Owings will go tomorrow in the series finale. Cubs hoping it'll be for the sweep as they try to win the first 2. Ahead 3-1. All the runs so far in the first inning. These managers have managed both these teams. Dusty, former Cubs manager, and Lou Piniella, the erstwhile Reds skipper, won a World Series in 1990. Ball and 2 strikes.
Real tough sun right now on the left side of the field. Johnny Gomes, the left fielder, Encarnacion at third, Hairston at short. Judging from the shadows, they're going to be looking right up into the sun on any ball hitting the air that direction.
Swing and a miss, strike 3 for the second out.
And for Johnny Gomes, this is only his 15th game of the season that he's been in left field. A lot of those have been as a defense, not necessarily a defensive replacement, but as a double switch late in the ball game. I don't know if he's ever had to play left field under these kinds of conditions, and he's had some problems out there as it is under the best of circumstances.
So now up to Coy Hill with 2 outs. Outside, ball 1. Cueto seems to be getting it together at least a little bit. Again, the Cubs have hit some balls hard the last 2 innings, but both were outs. Johnson retired on a leaping catch out in center by Willie Taveras in the second, and Votto with a great snag of a liner by Kosuke Fukudome. be wearing those hats out in the bright sunshine. 3-1 to Hill. Kevin Hart next if Hill gets on. Good idea to bring a hat like that. You can always take it off if it clouds up or you want to get a little extra sun. And Ramirez able to get back in time at second. Hairston sneaking in behind him.
From his days with the Cubs, Jerry Hairston Jr., a very active player, no matter what position he happens to be playing.
Played a lot of short with Alex Gonzalez on the DL. Gets away on ball 4 to load the bases. So Kevin Hart will bat for the second time today, both times with 3 on and 2 outs.
Well, and you know what a big fan I am of how the lineup rolls over as opposed to the Reds. Craig Tatum made the last out in the top half of the second inning. Johnny Cueto led off the third with that weak ground ball to first base. So Kevin Hart got one quick out of the way with the pitcher leading off. Cubs are able to get Kevin Hart to the plate here in this inning, and even if he makes out, you roll over to the top of the order.
And Hart into right, and the catch by Dickerson. The barrel roll nicely done by Dickerson. Boy, Johnny Cueto getting a lot of help from his defense the last 2 innings on all the hard hit balls, and that saved probably a couple of runs. Cubs lead 3-1 after 3.
Frost brewed Coors Light. How cold is it? It's chilled down to 34 degrees. For a taste as cold as the Rockies. It's aged cold. It's filtered cold. And it's served in cans, bottles, and glasses that tell you when it's cold. Why? Because refreshment isn't everything. It's the only thing. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
You know, I sell tools. Tools are uncomplicated. Nothing complicated about a pair of 10-inch hose clamp pliers. You know what's complicated? Shipping. Shipping's complicated.
Not really. With priority mail flat rate boxes from the Postal Service, shipping's easy. If it fits, it ships anywhere in the country for a low flat rate.
That's not complicated. No. Come on.
But a handshake.
Right.
All right.
Priority mail flat rate boxes. Only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship.
The Pontiac summer closeout is here. Hurry to get the Pontiac you want before they're gone. Get a fuel-efficient 2009 Pontiac Vibe for $13,708. And now at participating dealers, check out the Cars Rebate System, better known as Cash for Clunkers. If your trade-in qualifies, you can get $3,500 to $4,500 on top of current Pontiac offers on 10 Pontiac models. Plus, get the best coverage in America. Now during the Pontiac summer closeout.
Hi, I'm Dan Jenkins. And I'm Mike Moore. Next week on the Monsters in the Morning, we'll preview the college football season with Pat Fitzgerald and Ron Zook.
Plus, we break down all the Cubs and Sox action and get set for training camp with Tom Thayer. Wake up with us next week on Comcast Sportsnet.
The Menards grounds crew taking care of the infield dirt. As we get set for the 4th inning. Time now for the Aflac trivia question.
Aflac!
Who was the last Cubs manager to pilot the NL in an All-Star game? Gotta go back to the World Series appearance, right?
Yep.
Answer coming up. She's cheating.
She's looking it up.
Yeah, she's looking it up.
For those of you who maybe are unfamiliar, the All-Star managers are the managers from their respective leagues and the teams that played in the World Series the year before.
That's a fair ball for Joey Votto. And I believe it bounced out of play. It did. Automatic double for Votto. That's his 16th two-base hit of the year. And their first hit since Taveras singled back in the first inning. So if the answer is after the Cubs won the World Series, Charlie Grimm should be the answer. Unless there's some quirk to the question.
Yeah, maybe it's some kind of a trick question. Maybe the reigning National League champion manager was ill and had to be replaced or something like that, but not quite sure.
Actually, now that I see the answer, it is a trick question.
Okay.
But I like it. It's kind of a fun trick.
Tricks are for kids.
And actually, you don't have to go back that far. For instance, did you watch the All-Star game the year after you managed in it?
I probably did, yeah.
Well, then you should know the answer. I should know the answer, and I got it wrong. 1-1 on Brandon Phillips.
Well, I'm even more confused than when we started.
Well, it's not easy to do when it comes to us trying to figure out the Aflac trivia answer, especially on an early Saturday. We love these early Saturday starts, but sometimes it takes a little longer for the brain to figure some things out.
Yeah, like I didn't even realize it was Saturday. I just knew it was an early start. We've joked about that in the past too, but it is an amazing phenomenon. Major League Baseball players, other than Sunday when you get a bigger newspaper, every day is just like the day before. Now here at Wrigley we play the night games on Mondays and Tuesdays and as a general rule, and day games the rest of the week unless it's a nationally televised game. But ball players for the most part couldn't tell you the difference between Monday and Saturday. Just another day to play baseball.
And in fact, while most of the working world, they dread Monday, baseball players love Mondays because the off days come Mondays and Thursdays. Get that Sunday night anxiety going, oh man, got to go back to work. Well, for a lot of baseball teams, Sunday night's their off night. Phillips hits it hard the other way, but out of play. Still 2-2 on the Reds cleanup man, Brandon Phillips. Big Hall of Fame weekend going on in Cooperstown. The induction ceremony will be tomorrow. Jim Rice, Ricky Henderson will be inducted along with Joe Gordon, who goes in posthumously. Tony Kubek will be honored in the broadcaster's wing. Giants beat writer Nick Peters, this year's writer honoree. Terrio will throw out Phillips. With Votto moving to third, he's there with one out.
Chopper back up the middle of the field. Terrio was playing extremely deep for Brandon Phillips and was able to cut across in front of the bag at second and throw on for the out as Votto advances to third base.
Cornermen are in against Encarnacion back up the middle. That's because the Cubs are leading by 2, so they want to avoid the big inning. Low for ball 1.
And big is something you will see from Edwin Encarnacion. He kind of a streaky hitter. You'll see him at times with a very short, quick approach to the ball, hits line drives all over the field, and other times you'll see a big, long, loopy swing, and that's what we've seen from Encarnacion so far in this series.
Left-handed play by Kevin Hart. He gets the out, keeps Votto at third. Kids, don't try that at home. What a play by Kevin Hart. Wow.
Just an instinctive reaction by the right-handed pitcher out there on the mound. Thought it was going to be too hard to reach across with the glove hand. Might not have been able to get to that ball. Votto scores. Instead, he just sticks that big right paw up there, knocks it down, checks on Votto at third, and throws on for the easy out at first base.
So a chance to get out of it here. 2 outs as he faces Johnny Gomes. Able to hold up on that breaking ball in the dirt. Well, Ricky Henderson, born in Chicago, 1,406 career stolen bases, all-time leader. And an obvious first ballot Hall of Famer. Outside corner called strike. Second on the all-time walks list with 2,190. 2,295 career runs. First all-time. 1 and 2 on Gomes. Played for Lou in New York. 25 seasons. Saw the story the other day. Ricky actually said he hung around too long. He said, I should have waited my 5 years, got in the Hall of Fame, and then tried to come back. He's only 50. Maybe he could do it. He played into his mid-40s.
He was a catcher's nightmare. He'd take his walks if you didn't throw him strikes. If you did throw him strikes, he was liable to hit the ball out of the ballpark or at worst get on first base, and then the problems really started. You could use a slide step on a pitch out and still not throw him out at second base.
He had a rather healthy ego, but as he talked the talk, he generally walked the walk.
And in defense of catchers everywhere that played against Ricky Henderson, some of his stolen bases came at junctures of the game where it probably wasn't appropriate to run, but that's what he did. That was his game.
Long look by Hart. And ready for a 1-2. Gomes. Oh, barely able to hold up, says Laz Diaz.
I had him on a swing up here.
Yeah, we like to umpire from way up top.
Take a look at the replay. The leg kick by Gomes, tries to check his swing on the slider, and looked like he was able to do so. Hard to believe I was wrong again.
Only the second time all year.
Second time in this at bat.
Votto's at third, 2 outs. Cubs lead 3-1 here in the fourth. The next one got him that time on a full swing to end the inning. 3 Ks for Kevin Hart through 4. Bottom 4. Cubs lead by 2.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
He's in a groove. Aflac, we've got you under our wing.
How'd you get her to agree to this?
Simple. I told her about the Luna Double. I went to luna.com/Cubs and saved double.
It's like found money.
773-202 Luna.
I love this time of year.
Yeah, until the bugs show up.
Oh, they bite you and they sting you.
Yeah, and they mess up the lawn.
Not this yard and not this summer.
I get out there with Orthomax. It takes care of insects for up to 3 months.
Ortho guarantees it. Those nasty little ants, chinch bugs, and ticks. It even kills fleas.
This is our yard, our summer.
Yeah, and we're not about to let the bugs steal it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Orthomax Lawn Insect Killer.
Defend what's yours.
On Sunday, August 9th, minor league excitement is back in the second annual Road to Wrigley, presented by National City, now part of PNC. Get ready for a day of action featuring the wacky superstars and fan interaction. Kids under 14 will get a chance to run the bases after the game. Tickets starting at just $5. Order today at Cubs.com.
Well, let's answer today's Aflac trivia question. The last Cubs manager to manage the National League at an All-Star game was a guy in the visiting dugout. Dusty Baker in his first year with the Cubs, 2003, coming off a World Series appearance the year before with the San Francisco Giants.
Should have known that. I'm ashamed.
I am too. Reed Johnson will lead it off. Going back to Charlie Grimm. Yep, just caught his jersey. That's a cheapie, but you'll take it. Put the leadoff man on. Reed Johnson at first base. With Ryan Theriot ready to dig in.
It was a backup breaking ball that stayed inside and just nipped the jersey of Reed Johnson. You don't mind taking that one. Reed's had a lot of them where he walked down that first baseline with a bruise, but that one didn't even wrinkle his jersey.
Throw to first. Got a nice note from Dorothy Hollenbach from Rushville, Illinois, big Cub fan. Got an email from Dennis Fitzpatrick from Scottsdale, Arizona, asking if switch hitters at the major league level generally use the same bat from both sides of the plate. We'll have to ask Milton Bradley. Theriot pops it up. Hairston battling the sun, making the play. Coy Hill, also a switch hitter. Andres Blanco, for the most part, switch hits. Big Z. Time for the Cabot Woodstains legendary performance on this date 13 years ago. Bruce Ruffin of the Colorado Rockies became the 25th pitcher in history to strike out 4 in an inning. Came against the Cubs. How do you do that? Well, there was a wild pitch on a third strike. That one's clubbed to center, but right at Willie Taveras. So Lee makes a loud out. 2 away. I suppose theoretically, you could strike out 10 in an inning. My assumption on the switch hitter question would be that most guys use the same bat, but I'm sure there's some who don't.
Well, I know for a fact that Coy Hill uses the same bat, but it's modified differently depending on which side of the plate he's hitting. Had that horrific injury to his right hand And when he bats left-handed, he's got a big roll of tape and padding at the bottom of the bat underneath his right hand, which would be the bottom hand as he hits left-handed. And it's up higher on the bat when he hits as a right-hander to give him a little extra cushion, make the bat handle a little bigger, a little easier for him to grasp. But I believe it's the same model bat, just a slight modification.
Ramirez strikes out. That ends the inning. Started out with a hit batter, but Johnson never did get to second base. Off to the fifth. It's 3-1 Cubs.
Our 737s fly to over 65 cities across the country every day. Each with an average speed of 590 miles per hour. Almost as fast as you. Nothing's going to hold you down. Starting August 16th, fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to Boston Logan for just $89 one way. Bags fly free on Southwest, so our low fares stay low. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at Southwest.
Swing into Mulligan's Valley Pub for fun times and a great atmosphere. Kick back, sample the incredible drink selections and our daily specials. Watch your favorite teams and sporting events on our flat screen TVs or sit out on the patio with a view of Valley Falls Golf Course. Come see us on Taco Tuesday. Your donations directed to local charities and people in need. Live music on Saturdays. Visit our website, mulligansvalleypub.com. Get your Irish on in Coe Valley.
At Mulligan's Valley Pub. How can a 94-year-old green guy save you money during the recession? He can check out your comfort system for free and tell you how to save money on energy efficiency. J.L. Brady has been offering the best HVAC service in Iowa and Illinois since 1915, and they can show you how to go green and save up to 30% on heating and cooling expenses. A system like that could pay for itself in less than 2 years. They're family-owned, and after all these years, still doing it the Brady way, the right way.
Every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Sign up for a subscription to Vineline, the official monthly magazine of the Chicago Cubs. Only Vineline offers exclusive coverage from spring training all the way through the Cubs' next postseason run. Visit the Vineline blog at Cubs.com and order today. It'll be the bottom third of the Reds' order to face Kevin Hart here. Jerry Hairston Jr., Craig Tatum, and the pitcher Johnny Cueto. No action in the bullpen for the Reds, so looks like Cueto's going to hit and stay in the ballgame.
Hairston leading it off. Bottom three for the Reds. And a foul pop up out of play. And a nice note from Mitch Emmons, huge Cub fan from Mishawaka, Indiana. Hart has the sign from Hill. Here he comes on an 0-1, and that's shot past Ramirez. Base hit for Hairston, bringing up Craig Tatum, who had an interesting major league debut. Caught a couple of innings the other night in Los Angeles. Had an embarrassing moment. He fired the ball to third on what he thought was strike three. It was only strike two. Home plate umpire saying, Craig, it's only the second strike. Oops.
We've 3 strikes in this league.
I think he thought one of the first couple of pitches was a strike, and it was a ball. You live and you learn. He had a good attitude about it.
If that's the most embarrassing thing he does, he's going to do all right.
I'm sure you've done that before.
Oh, yeah. I came out of the chute one time on what I thought was a strike 3. Went to throw it around the horn down to third base and actually hit the batter in the jaw and knocked him out cold. That was in a high school game. I couldn't figure out why he didn't get out of the way. Because it was strike 2.
Yeah, he deserved it. Swing and a miss. Did you apologize?
Well, yeah, once he woke up, yeah.
Oh, was it the same day that he woke up?
Yeah, just moments later. Yeah, it knocked him a little woozy. And his coach came out from the other dugout and was holding up some fingers. He said, "How many fingers am I holding up?" And the kid said 13. I knew he was okay then.
Williams from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Went to Mississippi State. Was a third-round pick in 2004. Another throw to first. As Hart keeps an eye on Hairston. We've seen Kevin throw over there a lot with runners on because the Reds have shown a propensity to be very aggressive. Taveras with 2 steals in the first inning. It led to the first run of the game. A fly ball out into right. This would be no problem for Fukudome. And that'll bring up the pitcher Cueto. Sack bunts on the year. Ramirez, assuming he's going to bunt this time, he's already way in at third. Lee ready to charge from first. He's holding on Hairston. Bunts it foul. Cueto likes to try to bunt for hits.
Yeah, he was not giving himself up at all on that attempt. He was trying to push that ball past Kevin Hart to the right side of the field and leg it out for a base hit. See if he changes his approach now that he has 1 strike on him.
Another foul bunt.
Yeah, that time, however, squared around way early. Yeah, take 1 shot at bunting for a base hit if your manager has enough confidence in you to give that an attempt, and then give yourself up the rest of the at bat.
The Cubs are trying to close in on what would be their 29th home win against just 18 losses. One of 3 teams in the National League with a winning percentage of .600 or better at home. Gets this one down. It's fair, and Ramirez will toss to Fontenot covering first. A successful sacrifice for Cueto. Runner at second, 2 outs. Funny, isn't it, how sometimes you see guys with 2 strikes lay down much better bunt than they did earlier in the at bat because they don't have a choice.
Well, not if they want to go back to their own dugout. Yeah, especially a pitcher. I mean, you know, we have a little fun with the hitting abilities or lack of hitting abilities of some of the pitchers around the National League, but one thing that they should be able to do is get down a sacrifice bunt, especially those starting pitchers.
If you just joined us, the Cubs did place left-hander Ted Lilly on the DL with left shoulder inflammation. He'll have his left knee scoped in a couple of days, and hopefully he'll be back in about 3 weeks. Miss about 4 to 5 starts. Cubs will get Ryan Dempster back in their rotation on Tuesday. He's coming back from the broken right big toe. Right-hander Justin Berg now part of the Cubs bullpen. So Kevin Hart was in Dempster's spot. Now we can say he's in Lilly's spot. Hill throwing behind Hairston, who saw it all the way. Meantime, 3-0 on Dickerson. Let's check out the Cubs roster moves today, as Berg comes up from Iowa. Has been really good the last couple of months. Key for him is to throw strikes. He's only given up 1 home run this year. Good heavy sinking fastball.
Well, every adversity is an opportunity for somebody else to show what they can do. Randy Wells took full advantage of his opportunity when he was plugged into the rotation. And as time moves forward, we'll see, but it appears that he's cemented a spot for himself in that rotation, not only for the rest of this year, but moving forward.
Kevin Hart getting an opportunity in the rotation, and now Justin Berg getting set for his major league debut, maybe in the next few days. 3-1 pitch. Dickerson went around. Boy, as a pitcher, you love to see that. On a 3-1 pitch, you get a batter to take a check swing.
I'll tell you who doesn't like to see that is hitting coaches. Oh, man. 3-0, 2-1, even 3-2. Better be real sure it's a pitch you want to swing at. You're completely in the driver's seat right there. You look for one pitch in one zone. Anything else, you take it, even if it's a called strike. Brooke Jacoby, the hitting instructor for the Cincinnati Reds, couldn't have liked that swing.
Hart had Hairston fooled on that fake pickoff. But the Cubs infielders were nowhere near second base. Hairston kept going toward third, and only at the last second did he retreat to the bag. The 3-2 pitch, called strike 3. So Hart comes all the way back after a 3-0 start in that sequence, gets Dickerson, and that ends the inning. Halfway home on a beautiful Saturday here at Wrigley Field. Cubs 3, Reds 1.
Because driver distraction is the cause of so many accidents, your Distronic Plus system maintains your following distance and can automatically apply the brakes to avoid a collision. This is the new E-Class. This is Mercedes-Benz.
Back. Mr. Miller.
Everyone's heading to Arby's for the official $5 combo of summer, featuring Arby's new barbecue bacon cheddar roast burger with curly fries and a drink for only $5. Big on barbecue taste, it's the $5 combo done better.
This is the dedicated Feldco installation team, and right now they will install Feldco windows, siding, and doors free.
Hey, Dave, we're still getting paid for this, right?
Yeah, Jim, we talked about this.
It's Feldco's free installation sale on Feldco windows, siding, and doors.
It's Feldco's biggest sale of the year. But hurry, this offer ends July 31st.
Call 866 for Feldco. After 4 hours, the dangers of driver fatigue increase by 200%. But with Attention Assist, your new E-Class can actually detect drowsy driving behavior and warn you. This is the new E-Class. This is Mercedes-Benz.
Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher with you in our downtown Chicago studios. Join Todd Hollinsworth and me for Lowe's Cubs postgame live after the game. We'll talk more about Ted Lilly's stint on the disabled list and who should take his place in the rotation. But for now, we head back to the ballpark with Len and Bob. Guys?
Gail, thanks. 3-1 Cubs, all the runs in the first inning. It was a wild first inning, really, for both starting pitchers, but they've now settled in. Cubs have missed some chances, though, to break this thing wide open.
Well, they really have. As you mentioned, both pitchers have settled in nicely. Johnny Cueto's stuff much more crisp as it gets into the hitting zone, keeping the ball down better, but so is Kevin Hart. So rather than bemoan the lost opportunities, be thankful for the opportunities the Cubs did cash in that first inning.
And some nice defensive plays by the Reds, helping out Cueto as well. Kevin Hart almost knocked in a couple on a hard liner to right in the third inning, but Chris Dickerson with an excellent catch to end it. One strike on Fukudome. Bottom 5, 3-1 Cubs. Cueto coming back. That's a strike, 0-2. Checking out the Cubs minor league report. Sam Fuld with his second home run for Iowa. Well, they lost last night at Albuquerque 16-8 was the final score. Jason DuBois with his 11th home run. Logan Watkins, the second baseman with single-A Boise, had his 15-game hitting streak come to an end, but hit .460 during that streak. Jose Valdez also with the Hawks with an 8-gamer. And DJ LeMahieu, Cubs second-round pick, made his pro debut with the Mesa Cubs. Went 2 for 4 with a triple, 2 runs, and an RBI. Down in the heat of Arizona. 3-2 on Kosuke with Soriano on deck. Then Mike Fontenot for the Cubs.
Josh Vitter starting to pick it up after his promotion from low A Peoria to high A Daytona. Had his second consecutive multi-hit game. Hit safely in 5 of his last 6.
Cubs are still hopeful they'll get their catcher Giovanni Soto back around the first week of August as he rehabs the oblique injury. Votto's going to take it by himself. 1 out. Cubs Destinations, a preferred baseball road trip provider of the team, provides fans with the most unique VIP road trip experience available. Each package includes great tickets, first-class hotel accommodations, a tour of the ballpark, and a private meet and greet with a current Cubs player. For more information, visit Cubs.com. Ball 1 to Soriano. Other early action today. Yankees 1, A's nothing. They're in the 7th inning in the Bronx. Andy Pettitte with 6 shutout innings, 7 strikeouts, no walks. Gio Gonzalez has pitched well for Oakland, 6 innings, 1 run. Soriano deep to left, and this baby will go. A home run. His 17th of the year, and he's 3 for 3. And it's 4-1. First run since the opening inning for the Cubs.
Boy, is that good to see our Heineken home run replay. That has to be so frustrating for a pitcher. That's not a bad pitch. A slider down low and away, but Soriano with great plate coverage gets that bat head out there around the ball and pulls it into the bleachers in left field.
'17 on the year for Soriano. Fontenot hits it foul. 6 homers in this series for the Cubs.
Really good to see Fonzie today. Everything he hit has been hard. 2 line drives into left field and now a home run into the bleachers in left. Even though he's been getting his hits lately, he hasn't really been squaring the ball up regularly. That's not the case today. He's hit the ball hard 3 times.
Biggest lead of the day for the Cubs at 4-1. Blue Jays are pounding the Rays up in Toronto 8-0. They got a pair of runs in the first, the second, the third, and the fourth. Knocked out left-hander David Price early, 6 runs in 3 innings. Gomes retiring. Fontenot, 2 gone. Roy Halladay last night, 9 innings, but no decision as they lost in extras, gave up just 2 runs, 1 earned. As trade rumors continue to fly. In the 1-0 to Hill, catches the inside corner. 92 on the fastball from Cueto. The next pitch, 1-2. Hansen, Giovanni Gallardo tonight in Milwaukee. That's a dandy. Hansen's 5-0. Gallardo 8-7, but a 3.28 earned run average. Hill went too far. That's a strikeout. Soriano with a 1-out homer. And the Cubs now lead the Reds 4-1 after 5.
is all about knowledge. Knowing you're driving the #1 selling car in its class. Knowing you're driving what Car and Driver named a 10 best for an unmatched 18th year in a row. And knowing that right now, BMW is offering exceptional programs to help you do so. Performance Now is the 3 Series. Lease a BMW 328i for $349 a month or take advantage of 1.9% finance.
My lottery dream? Vegas, baby. But my ticket didn't win. I'm out. You're back in. You can win 35 grand every weekday this summer with old tickets. I have old tickets in my car. That's why we're moving in with you.
I'm a dancer. I can dance.
The Second Chance Summer. Bring back your tickets. Bring back your dreams.
Monday, Houston has a problem when they step foot at Wrigley as Derek Lee and the Cubs aim for a win against the Astros, followed by Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Join Lynn and Bob as the Cubs take on the Astros. Monday at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Monday night, it's a Central Division collision here on Comcast Sportsnet as Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs will battle Carlos Lee and the Astros. Don't miss the Cubs and Astros Monday night at 7 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. First of a big 4-game series. Those two teams tied for second in the National League Central. And 4 for the Reds against Kevin Hart, whose performance so far might be giving Lou and Larry an idea to maybe think about Jeff Samardzija tomorrow and have Rich Harden go Monday, as Guzman just starting to get loose in the Cubs bullpen. Guess is it'll be Harden tomorrow as scheduled, but everything's in pencil as always. Kicked away from Coy Hill, and fortunately it wasn't strike 3. If it had been strike 3, Taveras would be at first base.
That's when in hindsight as a hitter you tell yourself, geez, I should have swung at that. No way to know that ball was going to hit in the dirt and climb right up the chest protector of Coy Hill and bounce high in the air toward the backstop.
Well, as you always say, if you think you're going to hit into a double play, strike out. And if you think the ball is going to end up high off the screen as it bounces past the catchers, swing at it, strike out. If only the game were that easy.
Yeah. It's always easier after the fact.
And it's easier from up here. Game slows down quite a bit. Long run, Fontenot. He has it.
Well, you see the 3 Cubs position players, Derek Lee, Mike Fontenot, and Kosuke Fukudome, all pursuing that fly ball out there toward the foul line. But in the background, Kevin Hart had run over to cover first base. Coy Hill came from his catching position and was down there to cover first base in the event that ball dropped and they could maybe throw behind Taveras. Like to see that. Always something to do.
Votto with a sac fly in the first. Doubled to lead off the 4th, but did not score. He got to 3rd. But a big play in that inning was Kevin Hart on a barehanded pick to get Edwin Encarnacion. Two balls. balls, no strikes. Hart kicks and fires, 3 balls, no strikes. Kevin came in his first 15 2/3 innings this season with 15 walks and only 5 strikeouts. Well, today, much better ratio with 4 Ks and now 1 walk, but close to a second. It's 3-1 as he tries to get back in it against Votto. Deep breath before the 3-1. Ground ball to Fontenot. He'll get him. 2 outs.
This is just what the doctor ordered for Kevin Hart and the Cubs, as you mentioned just a little while ago. The deeper he can work into this ball game, the better the bullpen will be situated for the games that are upcoming in the very near future. Some uncertainty about Ryan Dempster and when and how deep he can pitch into a ball game. You love those deep outings from the guys at the bottom end of your rotation. You expect it from your number 1, 2, and 3 starters. You would like to think they can get you 6 or 7 innings in a ball game, but when your 4th and 5th starter go out there and give you deep outings, that's when you can really rest your bullpen, get guys lined up exactly the way you want them.
Phillips smacks that ball the other way. We'll see if he'll try for 2. Kosuke up with it quickly, and he's going to keep him right at first.
With an inside out swing on a high fastball, and with Phillips' speed, you know he was thinking to, but Kosuke got over there so quickly, cut that ball off before it had a chance to get to the corner, and holds the speedy second baseman to a single.
I mentioned the base running gaffe he made earlier this week. Didn't run all that hard out of the box, got thrown out at second base. Got benched the next night, which he understood, and he said, I admit the mistake and it won't happen again. And he busted it out of the box on that single.
Well, it shouldn't take a scolding from your manager to get guys to run hard down the first baseline or anywhere on the field for that matter. Our general manager in San Francisco, he had a saying that he used to throw around all the time, Al Rosen, give me 90 feet. It's not too much to ask of a professional athlete to run as hard as you can for 90 feet. Seems like a simple thing, but when you watch baseball on an everyday basis, it doesn't always happen.
Phillips with a big lead at first. Not running. 1-2 on Encarnacion. DL time earlier this year for Encarnacion with a chip fracture in his left wrist. Just a little over 2 months. Neatly blocked by Hill. To Encarnacion. Phillips with a 2-out single. Cubs lead 4-1. They've hit a couple of home runs today. A lot of extra base hits. Double, a triple, a homer in the first inning. And then Soriano's blast in the 5th. Phillips goes. Pitch is way up and in. Then he has his 100th career stolen base.
Started and stopped over there at first base. He had such a big jump, he thought he better hold on, but then he went ahead and broke for second base a second time and steals it easily without a throw from Coy Hill. No chance for the Cubs catcher that time.
Is popped up. Let's see if Derek's going to have a play. Backpedaling, twisting, turning, can't pull it in. In and out of his glove. As he kind of sashayed over there into that bullpen. No error.
He ends up backpedaling over there near the home plate area of the visitors' bullpen. Got a glove on it, but just couldn't squeeze it enough to keep it inside. Well, that one started at the heel of the glove, rolled all the way through the pocket, and then out the tips of the fingers. I'll tell you, Phillips could walk to third base if he gets much more of a lead off. Really a lot of upside to stealing third.
There's a towering fly ball to left. Soriano's on the warning track. It's going to stay in. He makes the catch, and the inning is over. Encarnacion barely missed a two-run homer, standing there in total disbelief. It's still 4-1 Cubs.
Two beers. You got it. Are you insured? Do you know when your beer is perfectly cold? Or do you risk drinking a warm one? If you have the new Coors Light Cold Activated can, you're covered, because now every can turns blue when your beer is as cold as the Rockies. It's cold insurance. Only from Coors Light. Cold beer? That's our policy.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan. Monday on Chicago Tribune Live, we come to you from Wrigley as the Cubs kick off a four-game set with the Astros. Plus, Steve Stone joins us to preview the Sox in Minnesota. It all comes your way Monday at 5:30.
Trust DHCU for loans for any reason, for any season. Whether starting off on your own or moving into your golden years, we have a loan to fit your needs. Apply online, by mail, or phone, and get a reply as quickly as possible, usually by the same day. So surf us, buzz us, or stop by to find out how DHCU can improve the seasons of your life.
Why do people shop at K&K True Value Hardware?
I've been shopping at K&K for over 25 years, and what brings me here is the quality of the service, the staff.
There's always somebody that's greeting you with a hello, and they're so helpful.
With a variety of products here, I always walk out with what I need.
They are awesome when it comes to anything you need. K&K is the place to go.
Service with answers, that's the K&K way.
After the game, stick around for Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Get highlights of all the action, analysis from Todd Hollandsworth, and listen in on Lou Pinella's post-game remarks. Don't miss Lowe's Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Michael Hoffpower bats for the pitcher Kevin Hart. Gave the Cubs 6 quality innings today. Walked only one. That's a key. Gave up 1 run on 5 hits. Hoffpower bounces past Cueto. Phillips won't make a throw. It'll be an infield hit. Or not. An error on Cueto.
Just chopped down into the dirt right in front of home plate. Yeah, that play that needs to be made out there if you're the Reds, but hustle by Micah Hoffpower. Just busted it down that line, put his head down, ran as hard as he could. When Cueto doesn't come up with it, he reaches first to lead off the inning for the top of the order.
Yeah, good call. An error on the pitcher. So Hoffpower aboard. With the 3-run first today, Johnny Cueto's first inning earned run average is 9.61. He's been under 3 after the first inning. That's given him a lot of problems. He faced 9 batters in the opening frame, gave up 3 runs. Only one since. That was on the Soriano homer in the 5th. Johnson's had a good day. A double, a run, fly deep to the warning track in the second inning, and then was hit by a pitch in the 4th. So he's been on twice and should have been on a 3rd time. One and 2. Cardinals and Phillies will be getting underway within about an hour. Kyle Loesch, Rodrigo Lopez on the mound. Matt Holliday batting cleanup in left for the Cardinals. Julio Lugo at short. Mark DeRosa at third. As Johnson flies to center, Taveras with a catch. So 3 in-season acquisitions, and they're all in the lineup today. If you're traveling and can't watch your Cubs on TV, you can always catch the game on your computer with MLB.tv. It's the ultimate baseball experience, featuring 100 out-of-market games per week, live on your computer, and catch those you missed on demand. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on.
Now, the acquisition of Holliday did not come without a cost. Their #1 pick for the St. Louis Cardinals back in 08, Brett Wallace, a third baseman out of Arizona State University, had already worked his way up to the AAA level this year. Was hitting over .290 in AAA for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Smacked into center, base hit for Terrio. He keeps his hitting streak alive. It's now at 7.
Not as familiar with the other 2 names involved in that trade, but I know a lot of people around baseball feel Brett Wallace is going to be a really good major league hitter. Ryan Terrio, a really good major league hitter, lines that fastball into center field.
Lee's first inning RBI triple was his 27th 3-base hit in terms of his career. His first since July 1st of last year. So 154 games between triples for Derek Lee. That one Cub fan not particularly impressed, apparently. Yawning. Time called by the home plate umpire Chuck Merriweather. Daniel Ray Herrera up for the Reds. We saw him yesterday. Gave up a couple of runs in only 2/3 of an inning. That's lined into left base hit. Hoffpower stopped by Mike Quaddy. Put on the brakes at the last second. Bases loaded for Ramirez with only 1 out.
Eric Lee with a clean single into left field. You know, we've talked to Mike Quaddy many times over the years about his job over there as a third base coach. I was specifically watching him very closely on that play, and he did wait until the very last instant to throw up the stop sign for Micah Hoffpower, knowing full well that the next hitter for the Cubs is Aramis Ramirez. You don't want to risk getting a runner thrown out at home plate on a close play when you've got a guy coming to the plate with a track record of driving in big runs. Here before we get back in action, I'd like to say hello to good friends Tom and Deb Walsh in from La Crosse, Wisconsin to watch the Cubs play this weekend.
Ramirez trying to put this one out of reach. Cubs lead by 3. The corners are occupied right now. Ground ball backing up Encarnacion. Nice play, and they're going to turn 2 to get out of the inning. That's a 5-4-3 double play. We've seen some excellent defense in this ball game today. It's still 4-1 after 6.
Fastest 3G network. AT&T.
Toyota is proud to be part of the U.S. government's program called CARS, or Cash for Clunkers, offering up to $4,500 toward a new car with an eligible trade-in. And with 25 qualifying fuel-efficient and dependable models in the Toyota family, you're sure to find one that's right for you. And now you can also get 0% financing plus $750 bonus cash on a Toyota Camry. Or get 0% financing plus $500 bonus cash on a Toyota Corolla. Hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
Since 1873, Coors Banquet has been brewed in one place and one place only, Golden, Colorado. It's followed one tradition: use the best high country barley and only Rocky Mountain water. And it's been brewed under one motto: never compromise. Now maybe this means we're a little set in our ways, but we know a few guys who'll drink to that. Coors, the banquet beer.
Time now to bring you up to speed with the AT&T Rapid Rewind. Kevin Hart moving up one day, still pitching on an extra day of rest, but with Ted Lilly going on the DL, Hart was needed this afternoon, and his best performance of the year and best as a major leaguer as a starter. Excellent defense as well on the barehanded play, saving a run. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered.
Angel Guzman takes over for Kevin Hart. We talked about the deep outing by Kevin today. Allows Lou the opportunity to go to his bullpen in a manner in which he really likes. Guzman in the 7th. We'll probably see Carlos Marmol in the 8th. And if the score stays this way, Kevin Gregg in the 9th.
One strike on Johnny Gomes. Guzman came off the DL on July 6th. Big part of this bullpen. Had a right tricep strain. They put him on the shelf in June. Way up in the air to left. Soriano flipping down the glasses. Now coming over. He has it.
They can laugh about it now because he made the play, but the wind really pushing that ball over toward the gap in left center field. Fortunately, Soriano keeps his feet moving, tracks that ball all the way into the glove.
Jerry Hairston playing short. Swing and a miss. 1 for 2. Pinch hit double and a run in the 9th in game 1. Actor Carlos Bernard, star from the hit show 24. From Evanston, Illinois, went to New Trier. He's going to handle the stretch today. Called strike. Mid-90s heat to make it 1-2. Bullpen ERA has really settled in nicely after a tough start. Lou said we'll get it figured out, and he was right. Trying to get everybody in the right role. The new closer this year, Carlos Marmol, has been a lot better lately. Sean Marshall's been terrific from the left side, and Angel Guzman playing a big part of the late inning group as well. Swing and a miss, 2 outs.
And you know, Len, that's not really that unusual. Usually a bullpen takes a while to determine the roles down there. Who is good against which type of opposing hitters? Who can I bring in to start an inning? Who can I bring in with runners on base? And Lou and Larry were very open about it early in the season. We have some adjustments to be made down there, but we're going to figure it out. And as the season has progressed, that bullpen has just gotten better and better.
Fouled back by Tatum. Pitcher spot due up next, and Lance Nix has jumped into the on-deck circle. Tatum looking for his first major league hit. He's 0 for 4 this week. And he's here because Ramon Hernandez is on the DL. Cue to Fontenot. And the inning is over. Time for the stretch.
Today's conductor for Take Me Out to the Ballgame is Chicago native and star of 24, Carlos Bernard.
All right, Chicago! This one's for my dad. Let me hear ya! A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ballgame. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Oh, it's root for the Cubbies. If we don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs.
It's not always easy to decide which luxury brand is right for you. You want something that offers beautiful design, outstanding performance, and above all, safety. But of all these luxury brands, only one has earned a 5-star crash safety rating for every single vehicle it makes. Acura, the first and only manufacturer with a full line of 5-star crash safety rated vehicles.
Take advantage of attractive financing on select Acura models for well-qualified customers.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Bottom of the 7th. Cubs leading 4-1, trying to Make it 2 straight to start this homestand. Carlos Bernard's with us in the booth, and left-hander Arthur Rhodes is now on the mound. 41st appearance. First Reds reliever to work after Johnny Cueto gave them 6 innings but allowed 4 runs. Kosuke swings and misses. Carlos, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. It's great to be back in the ballpark again.
Excellent job with our stretch today. Packed house, sellout crowd. You got everybody fired up.
It's awesome. Let's get some runs here. Great start to the game, though.
It's been good lately. Cubs trying to make it 7 of 9 since the All-Star break, and trying to keep pace with the Cardinals and Astros. Pretty interesting division this year.
Really is, and you know, they're starting to play well just at the right time, right?
Well, we've been waiting for this team to get some offensive consistency, and definitely seeing more signs of that. No swing by Kosuke, 1-2. So a new Trier product. Illinois State as well.
Yes, sir.
We are in the New Trier district. My son's only 8, but what does he have to look forward to?
Pain.
How do you really feel? That's a big high school.
You know, listen, I'm not exactly the best student that ever hit the world, so you know, it's a tough school. And but I made it through barely, and into college barely. I'm sure he'll do much better than me.
Well, we're looking forward to it. 1-2 pitch, ground ball just wide.
It is a great school, though. Does he play sports at all?
Not yet. He's more of an artsy guy. He's into rock and roll and
budding rock star.
That's like my daughter. My daughter's 5, and she's already into the whole rock artistic thing. So
you can't force them to do any. Just whatever they decide to do, you support them. And
well, you can try to force them, but
called strike 3 on the outside corner.
I'm a little curious, Carlos. Back in '03, you were on the people's list of the 50 most beautiful people. How did your wife, actress Sharice Baker, how did she take that?
After she stopped laughing, you mean? She took it. She took it better than I did, because I'm the one that had to take all the grief from my friends. You know, I'm here with 20 of my friends from grade school. We're all still tight. Grew up together here in Chicago, and believe you me, when that happened, they gave me endless grief.
Yeah, good kind of grief, though.
Well, you know, yeah.
Well, the funny thing is, we had Eric Estrada in here, and he was on one of those lists back in the 1970s, and his reaction was the same as yours. My guess is you like being on the list, but you don't like talking about it. Is that kind of the way it is? Because you do get a lot of grief from your friends.
Well, they kicked me off the list the next year, and I did feel I have felt very slighted since then.
That's the thing. If you're on it 1 year, you have to be on it the rest of your life.
I'm thinking to myself, how do I get back on? Do I grow a beard? Do I mean, what do I do? You know, nothing's worked, so I've given up now.
That guy made it this year. Come on, Carlos, you should have made it. That guy's on. Come on. 1-2 on Soriano. He's 3 for 3 with his 17th home run.
Man, that's great to see, too.
So 24 going into its 8th season.
I know what you
start up again in January. Tony Almeida. And let's see, 115 episodes. The character has appeared on that show. Not too many shows last 115 episodes.
No, it's really been an unbelievable experience, and even to top that, to make that even better, I mean, the people that are behind it, that are involved in it. I mean, you know, Bob, from playing, that probably your greatest memories were the teammates that you played with and the special chemistries that you had certain years. And this show just has an unbelievable chemistry of people, the writers, producers, actors, directors, and it's such a joy to work on that really makes it even that much better. You know?
Bounced foul, still 3-2, and it certainly speaks to the great writing of the show, that it's such a fast-paced show that it's able to remain fresh.
The writers are insanely talented. I don't know how they do it, and they keep pulling a rabbit out of the hat every year. And so, you know, one of these years we'll see. Hopefully not this year.
Another 3-2. He struck him out that time. So what do you have going this summer?
You know, I've been doing a lot of swimming with my daughter and hanging out. I have a couple TV projects that I'm producing that I'm sort of out peddling and going through the development process with, which has been really interesting and fun. And so that's what I've been focused on. You know?
I wonder if those of you involved with the show directly do you feel as anxious and as nervous as we do watching at home?
Oh, I can't watch it.
I'm sweating at the end of the show every week.
Well, I can't watch it for a different reason. To me, I mean, after you've read the script and shot it, it takes the air out of the show for me. So I don't really watch it. But you know, my wife watches it, and she's in the same boat as you. Yeah.
Now, do you not tell her what is going to happen? I mean, what's you have a contractual situation that you can't tell people what's going on, or what?
Well, it's not contractual, but you know, job security is nice.
Sure. And if nothing ever leaks out these days with the media, right?
And the job security is bad enough on that show; they kill everybody anyway. So you really don't want to add fuel to the fire there. Right. But the first year she read the scripts because she's an actress, and that ruined it for her. So ever since then, she doesn't want to know anything. What a great day out here, huh? This is unbelievable.
Called strike 3 to end the inning. A 1-2-3, 3-strikeout inning for Arthur Rhodes. Carlos Bernard, always a pleasure. Thanks for stopping up. Great job with the stretch.
Thanks so much, man.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Some people buy a car based on the deal they get. Others buy the car of their dreams. During the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you can do both. It's an opportunity today. It's a Lexus forever. Lease the 2009 ES350 for $399 a month for 36 months with $38.99 due at signing.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. For over 80 years, Woolman has been protecting America's wood. Made in Newark, New Jersey, Raincoat Water Repellent prevents water damage on all wood. $10.99 after rebate. In 1941, Gum Out started in western Pennsylvania by cleaning out carburetors on the military vehicles we shipped overseas. Produced today in Dallas, Texas. Choose from 4 cleaners, free after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Time for the Mercedes-Benz E-Class Attention Assist of the game. Cubs using that barehanded play. Ramirez in the 3rd inning, and then Kevin Hart, that was a big one with a runner at 3rd and 1 out. And he was able to get out of that inning with no runs. And we now are being told Derek Lee has left the game. I believe I heard neck spasms. We might have heard back. Do you hear neck?
I heard neck. Neck spasm.
Okay. That probably makes sense since it's something he has dealt with. Jake Fox now playing first. Van Loos coming out. He's going to make a change. Adam Rosales announced as a pinch hitter for Arthur Rhodes. And Carlos Marmol coming in. We'll be back. Cubs lead 4-1.
elements for 128 years, our wood stains can handle pretty much anything. Cabot, our performance is legendary.
While everyone else is trying to imitate your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, nobody can say what Hyundai can say. Only Hyundai can say we've got your back with the Hyundai Assurance. Only Hyundai can say you're covered with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000 miles. And only Hyundai can say sales event. Right now, drive a Hyundai Sonata with more MPG and double the warranty of Camry. And Hyundai Sonatas now come with $3,000 cash back. Plus, if you qualify, $500 in additional savings. Visit your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers today.
I love this time of year.
Yeah, until the bugs show up.
Oh, they bite you and they sting you.
Yeah, and they mess up the lawn.
Not this yard and not this summer.
I get out there with Orthomax. It takes care of insects for up to 3 months.
Ortho guarantees it. Those nasty little ants, chinch bugs, and ticks. It even kills fleas.
This is our yard, our summer.
Yeah, and we're not about to let the bugs steal it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Orthomax Lawn Insect Killer.
Defend what's yours.
It's Feltco's free installation sale on Feltco windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
Call 866 for Feltco.
Carlos Marmol will take over for Angel Guzman. Adam Rosales, a pinch hitter for Arthur Rhodes. Here we go. Called strike.
Carlos's 22 holds leads the major leagues this year, and he's held opposing batters to a 158 average. That's fourth among all major league relievers. We know his issues have been with the base on balls and the hit by pitch, but when he throws it over the plate, he rarely gets hit.
Got the swing and a miss on a slider. 0-2. Dumped foul into the upper deck. 41-364 in the ballpark today. On a gorgeous day. Where would you rather be? Ripped into the left field corner. Foul. I guess if not here at the ballpark, hanging with us here on Comcast Sportsnet. It's a good idea to bring your glove, especially in those seats.
Well, he's no Kevin Hart. We saw Kevin Hart make a barehanded play with his throwing hand. That gentleman not quite as fortunate.
And the Chicago native Rosales strikes out. One away here in the 8th.
Pitch either in the strike zone or around the edges of the strike zone to start the inning there against Rosales. Good sign for Carlos Marmol.
Dickerson ready to bat. The pitch. 97 on that fastball. Slicing left field foul.
Well, Chris Dickerson right about now is telling himself, I'm going to have to turn it up a notch or two. 97, then 96 on the next fastball. A weak floater to the opposite field. Foul.
Marmol's been in the Cubs organization for a decade. He signed in 1999 out of the Dominican Republic. Made his major league debut in 2006. Mixed results that year. Ended up making 13 starts in his 19 appearances, but once he became a full-time short reliever, that's when everything really took off for him. 2.43 ERA the following year, 2007, pitching out of the bullpen. Was an all-star last year, replaced Kerry Wood, who had a finger blister and was unavailable. Still 2-2. Nobody has much more fun than Carlos does at the ballpark. He's very intense out there on the mound, but has a good time in the clubhouse.
And you notice recently Carlos has eliminated a lot of the unnecessary movement that he had out there as he took the sign from his catcher. He used to bend over at the waist, look toward the third base dugout, then snap his head toward home plate. A lot of things going on before delivering the ball, and now it appears his focus is all on throwing the baseball. Just stands there very straight up, gets a sign from his catcher, goes into his set position, and lets it fly.
Juncture here for the Cubs bullpen, or maybe the last time through this order, as Dickerson strikes out. Two batters, two strikeouts. Don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Astros this coming Wednesday, July 29th at 1:20. Kids, get here early. The first 5,000 children 13 and younger will receive a Cubs home batting helmet, compliments of Pepsi. Tavares looks at a strike.
Sean Marshall standing at the ready down there in the Cubs bullpen just in case Tavares gets on base and Lou decides he wants the lefty for Joey Votto.
Always some good eats here at Wrigley Field. Marmol strikes out the side after Rhodes did the same thing in the bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 8th. Cubs 4, Reds 1.
Our 737s fly to over 65 cities across the country every day.
Final boarding call.
Each with an average speed of 590 miles per hour. Almost as fast as you. Nothing's going to hold you down. Starting August 16th, fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to Boston Logan for just $89 one way. Bags fly free on Southwest, so our low fares stay low. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
Oh, Subway flatbread sandwiches. Took Subway to make a flatbread sandwich great. They flooded the tubes and launched a flatbread-flavored torpedo right at your kisser. This sumptuous flatbread will sink your taste buds to delicious depths. Grab your floaties and try it with any Subway favorite, like the tempting chicken and bacon ranch, or our famous Italian BMT with pepperoni, salami, ham, and melted cheese. Hot, tasty, fresh toasted flatbread sandwiches. Subway. Eat fresh.
There's a new game in town, the Quad City Stallions semi-pro football team. 11-on-11 hard-nosed football, 100 yards of action the way the game is meant to be played. The Stallions have some of the best talent in the area, players you are familiar with playing the game they love. This team is serious about the game. 4 quarters of high-energy, smash-mouth football. Don't miss a single down. Come out and see the Quad City Stallions as they face the Kansas City Diamondbacks, 6 p.m. July 25th at Erickson Field, Augustana College in Rock Island. Stallions football for the love of the game.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hi, everyone.
I'm Gail Fisher with this Toyota Sports Night update. Join Todd Hollandsworth and me for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. We'll have more on Ted Lilly's trip to the disabled list. But in the meantime, log on to CSNChicago.com and vote on today's poll question. With the trade deadline approaching, what is the Cubs' biggest need? Is it a starting pitcher, bullpen help, or another bat off the bench? Log on to CSNChicago.com to cast your vote. Now back to Wrigley.
Thank you, Gail. David Weathers, former Cub. Ageless right-hander facing Coy Hill. No balls, 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Cubs trying to get their 3rd straight win and 2nd straight to start this very important 7-game homestand. It's like the 9th is going to be Kevin Greggs. Bradley's going to bat for Marmol next. I mentioned Sean Marshall a little earlier. He would be another option in terms of a starting pitcher with Ted Lilly going to the DL, but Cubs want to keep Marshall right where he is. He's the only lefty in the pen, and more importantly, he's been one of the best pitchers on the entire staff in that role. Called strike 3. Well, nobody's put a ball in play in quite some time. 7 straight strikeouts in this game as we look ahead. The Cubs Feldco upcoming schedule. Long road trip starting on Friday the 31st. It'll go 11 days and 10 games through Florida, Cincinnati, and Colorado. Bradley drives one deep to left center, and it will get into the basket, just over the basket. An opposite field home run for Milton Bradley to make it 5-1. That's good to see.
Oh, yeah. You never know what the spark is going to be, Len. We've seen Milton Bradley struggle off and on throughout the first half of the season. The same for Alfonso Soriano. But our Heineken home run replay, Milton Bradley off the bench, picking on the first pitch he sees from David Weathers and drives an opposite field home run into the basket in left center field.
3 homers for the Cubs today. Ramirez, Soriano, and now Bradley. First career pinch hit home run for Bradley. He sure needed it. And now Aaron Heilman is up instead of Kevin Gregg, where the Cubs leading by 4. Johnson pops it up, shallow left. Caught by Hairston.
What a different complexion his Cubs offense would take on if Alfonso Soriano continues to swing the bat the way he has over the last couple of weeks, and Milton Bradley starts to do the things that we know he's capable of doing. Aramis Ramirez is back healthy and swinging a strong bat. Derek Lee. Boy, suddenly this lineup gets really deep.
Lee, Ramirez, and Bradley in particular really hot the last 3 days. We hope, we can't assume anything, but that Derek's neck spasms are just minor and he was taken out for precautionary reasons as Terrio flies out. Bradley lining one just out into left center. Pinch hit homer, 5-1 to the 9th.
These two here, guys. It's all good, man. Don't sweat it. Don't worry about it. You know what? Follow me.
There you go, guys. Enjoy the game.
Heineken Light, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, can you pass me one? Please?
Heineken Light. Give yourself a good name.
Now at
Chili's. 3 courses, 2 people, $20.
Welcome to Chili's.
Start your 3-course meals with a shared appetizer. For a second course, choose 2 entrees from over 15 Chili's favorites. Like our Big Mouth Bites, the mini burgers with giant layers of flavor, or a half rack of our triple basted baby back ribs. Then save some room to share a decadent dessert. A lot of bold flavors for a limited time only. Chili's, 3 courses, 2 people, $20. Elements for over 130 years, our wood stains can handle just about anything. Cabot, our performance is legendary.
When this hotel added Aflac to complement their benefits package, it made a big splash with the employees. Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Cub fans, get ready for an exciting finish. Brought to you by New Finish Cling Instant Detailer. Now enhance your car's shine between polishing with Cling.
The BMW ultimate drive of the game back in the first inning. Tie game 1-1. Aramis Ramirez with a 2-run shot. Second go-ahead homer the last 2 days for Ramirez. That was our BMW ultimate drive as Aaron Heilman tries to close out the Reds. 1-0 on Joey Votto. Would have been Kevin Gregg had this game remained 4-1. But Bradley with a pinch hit homer. And now it's Heilman instead of the closer. Fly ball left center. Johnson gonna leap, but it's out. A home run for Votto. That's his 14th, and it's 5-2. If you're going to give up a home run to Joey Votto, you'd rather have it be in this spot than a spot like yesterday when he was the tying run at the plate.
Well, Joey Votto has had so much success against the Cubs in his career. It's just that old cliche. You just hope to contain him, hope to limit the damage that he does in a series. And solo home run here in the top of the ninth. At least so far, no harm done.
Heater caught the inside corner. Brandon Phillips not so sure. The 0-1 from Heilman. A bouncer to the shortstop Terrio. Up with it. Gets it to Fox. 1 out. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Our director, Dave Turner. Our associate producer today, Kat Lysick. Our stage manager in the booth, Christine Charbonneau. Our technical director, Chris Kettner. Our tech manager, Mark Harper. And the senior executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, Jim Corno Jr. Again, excellent work by our entire crew, especially Frank Leone again. Had some technical difficulties before the game with our audio, but he's making it sing. One to Encarnacion. Now 1-2. Harden for the Cubs and Owings for the Reds, the scheduled pitchers tomorrow. And then the hot Astros come in. Backhanded by Ryan. 2 down. Gomes without a hit in the series, nothing for 7. Slider strike. Chance to get within a half game of the lead in the division. They can hold on here, and the Phillies can even up that series against the Cardinals. 1-2.
Well, with any luck, Rodrigo Lopez of the Phillies will pitch a similar game that he pitched against the Cubs on that last road trip. He was really good. He's matching up against Kyle Loesch tonight.
Too high. Russ Ortiz and John Neese in Houston later. Neese, a left-hander. Astros tied with the Cubs going into play today. Driven deep to left, and that ball's going to fly to make it 5-3. And that might bring in Kevin Gregg, who is warming up. That was a line shot home run for Johnny Gomes, and it will be Kevin Gregg, and this will create a save opportunity.
Well, that's Johnny Gomes' aim every time he steps into that batter's box. He swings hard. He has a lot of lift in his swing, tries to get the ball in the air to his pull field, and this time against Aaron Heilman, a screaming line drive into the bleachers.
Cubs 5, Reds 3. Gregg on to try to get the final out when we come back.
The reason you drool at night is because you're really dreaming of breakfast. Hooray for McDonald's breakfast. For a limited time only, get your hands on a sausage McMuffin for only $1.
Thanks. All right, no problem. Wait. Got it. Thanks.
Bill!
Jane.
How are you?
Good. You?
See all the ways we're here to help at harrisbankhelps.com.
In Wisconsin, freedom is found on the open road.
Every curve's an opportunity to take in the beauty and live out your dream.
There are scenic routes that beg you to stay, and new friends who invite you back.
I'm Bill Davidson.
I'm Karen Davidson.
And here in Wisconsin, where the journey never ends, we live like we mean it.
Start your journey at travelwisconsin.com.
McDonald's and Coke sound good together. Get a large Coke soft drink or sweet tea for just $1.
Kevin Gregg trying to make it 3 consecutive 20-save campaigns. Tying run is on deck as Jerry Hairston Jr. takes a slider for a strike. That tying run represented by rookie catcher Craig Tatum, who is 0 for 3 today and 0 for 5 in his short major league career. No guarantee he's going to be the guy to bat if we get that far. 1-1. Couple of solo home runs by the Reds here in the ninth. They've scored 4 runs in the ninth inning of the first 2 games. Merriweather thought about it, but it's called a ball. 2-1. Not a big puffy clouds today, but a lot of sunshine. And Gregg with a 2-1. Terrio scoops, throws, Cubs win. So Kevin Gregg comes on and notches his 20th save. And the Cubs win game 2, 5-3. The celebratory leap out in the outfield. With Go Cubs Go blaring on the PA. Pursuing perfection player of the game, Alfonso Soriano, hitting the ball now out of the ballpark. That's his 3rd homer since the break.
Yeah, we talked about it during the course of the ball game. Has been getting a lot of hits, but today really started to square the ball up, hit it hard, hit line drives, and a deep home run into left field.
So for the Cubs, their 50th win against 45 losses. Dave Kaplan's on the field with Coy Hill.
All right, thank you, Len. Coy, your pitching staff really looks like it's rounding into form, and they look comfortable with you behind the plate. Talk about Kevin Hart today.
Kevin did a good job. You know, he's been a big plus for us, coming in and picking us up. You know, we're down a starter, and he's done a fine job coming in there. He gets us 5-6 innings every time he goes out there. Today he gave up 1 run, and you know, he kept his composure. He made his pitches, and you know, one of the things I stress to him is it's not how nasty your pitches are, it's how many you can execute. So he's doing a good job.
This is also a team that's dealt with a lot of injuries. Now Ted Lilly goes down. What is your role catching every day, trying to keep all these guys focused at the task at hand?
You know, we just try to eliminate big innings, to be honest with you. You know, try to make our pitches and come up with some tough pitches and some key at-bats and eliminate, like I said, eliminate the big innings. And with our offense, you know, with our consistency at the plate, with our lineup being consistent every day, we're going to be in the ballgame.
Last one for you. You come to the park every day knowing you're going to catch. How are you enjoying this opportunity with Soto down?
It has its perks. You know, it's a lot of fun going out there every day and getting to be involved in the ball game. And you know, there's nothing better than going in the ballpark knowing you're going to play. And you know, it's just a blast going out there and getting to compete every day.
All right, good win today.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's go back up top to Len and Bob.
Cap, thanks very much. Cubs again using Wrigley Field to their advantage big time. They're now 29-18 at home. And with a tough series coming up against Houston and then, Bob, that long road trip, this will be a nice series to sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. You like to get fat when you can. The ball club swinging the bats much better. You know you're going to have some tough competition coming up, so try to beat the teams you're supposed to beat.
That'll do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned. More to come on Post Game Live. The final score once again, the Cubs 5, the Reds 3. Our next Cubs telecast will be Monday night here on Comcast Sportsnet, 7 o'clock as the Astros come to town, the first of a big 4-game series. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob, for David Kaplan, and for our entire Comcast Sportsnet crew, this is Len Casper. We'll send it over now to Gail and Todd in our Comcast Sportsnet studios.
Fisher here in the Comcast Sportsnet studios. Coming up on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live, we'll hear from Lou Piniella on the Cubs' victory today, and Todd Hollingsworth breaks down Kevin Hart's performance. That's all coming up next on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
I am the strength and you are the breath, and you will grow, become the best, and in your time find blue skies everywhere.
For generations, families have built lasting traditions with the confidence that Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois will continue to be there for all the celebrations yet to come.
Find blue skies everywhere.
Go beyond the box score with Cy Young Award winner Steve Stone.
I've said that the Cubs are going to win the division all along.
Watch Chicago Tribune Live and Sports Night Weekly for baseball insight from the man who played on both sides of town.
I believe in Kenny Williams' mind, every year is a year where you go after a championship. I've always said that anger is a luxury that a pitcher can't afford because it distorts your perceptions. That personifies Carlos Zambrano.
Steve Stone, every week on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I'm rethinking everything, including who I trust to look after my money.
The dust might be settling. That's great, but I'm not.
I guess I'm just done with doing nothing, you know? Oh, I'm not thinking about moving my money. I am moving it.
In Wisconsin, freedom is found on the open road.
Every curve's an opportunity to take in the beauty and live out your dream.
There are scenic routes that beg you to stay, and new friends who invite you back.
I'm Bill Davidson.
I'm Karen Davidson.
And here in Wisconsin, where the journey never ends, we live like we mean it.
Start your journey at travelwisconsin.com.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Midas, we're on this road together. Go to MidasChicago.com for valuable savings. Aflac, we've got you under our wing. And by Toyota. See your Toyota dealer now to start saving now. This is Lowe's Cubs postgame live.
Just wears his sunglasses on defense and at the plate. High deep drive, left field, gone! Two-run homer for Aramis. His 7th hit the last 3 games. And just like that, 4 batters and 3 runs.
A 2-run home run by Aramis Ramirez in the first inning helped give the Cubs a 2-run lead, and they never looked back as they beat the Reds by a final count of 5-3. Kevin Hart gets the victory, and Lou Piniella is addressing the media at the podium right now. Let's go live to Wrigley Field.
1-run ball. I gave up a run in the first and then settled down and really pitched a good ball game.
Lou, you talked before the game about having 2 rookies in your starting rotation. These guys have really given you guys a lift.
Well, we've needed it. We really have. Hart today, Wells yesterday. They pitched well, both of them. I think they've won 2 games apiece here the second half of the year.
Thoughts on Soriano?
He's stroking the ball. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm not. I like his approach in the 6th hole. I really do. He's stroking the ball. Ramirez swinging the bat well. And Bradley came off the bench and stroked one into the net out there. So, yeah, some good things happened today, and our young pitchers perform well.
How's Derek?
His neck locked up on him again.
Was it from that fall?
No, it was from, he said, from trying to break up a double play at second base. So we'll see how he is tomorrow. If not, we can put Fox out there, or Hoppower.
So when the season started, did you ever think you'd be relying on Hart or Wells? Did you see that at all?
Well, they're both in our major league camp, and the time that I've been here, we called up a lot of people from our AAA ball club. We've got a few of them here right now, and that's what your roster's for. That's why they're on the reserve list, on the 40-man, and yeah, like we tell our players the first day of spring training, even if you don't make this team, you make an impression here in camp. And when there's a need, if you're pitching well and you've made an impression, you'll be called up and given an opportunity. And we've been able to do that here for 3 years, and it's a credit to the minor league people down there that get these guys ready to perform.
Lou, do you feel the bats are getting more like they were last year?
A little better. Yeah, they are. Let's not get euphoric about it yet. But no, but they are. They're getting better. They're getting better. We're starting to hit the ball with a little more power. Harder outs. It's good to see. Good to see.
Marmol looks like he's pitching better as well.
Yeah, Marmol, 3 strikeouts there in the 8th inning. Yeah, when he's throwing strikes and he's getting that breaking ball over, he's really nasty. But it was a good win, and tomorrow we got Harden going. And we'll see how Derek Lee is, and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Gail Fisher and Todd Hollinsworth here with you. We were just listening to Lou Piniella and his postgame comments. Todd, obviously a good game. Lou is happy about it. He talked about this offense. Don't get too euphoric about it, but he is optimistic that this offense is starting to come around, showing steady improvement, and that's what you need.
Well, you're starting to respond, and that's the great thing that you're seeing early on. You give up a run in the first inning, boom, you come up and you get your first chance in the crack in the first inning, and you stroke a double. Reed Johnson strokes a double down the third base line, and you've got momentum, and then you watch the sack bunt. These guys are playing small ball when they have to. They're getting themselves back into the game when they're coming from behind, and then they're going long, they're going stretch is what we used to call it when I played. You go stretch. You go stretch when you get the lead and when you're playing from when you're in front of the opposing team, and that's what this team's doing right now. This team is centered around home run hitters. They've got guys who can hit the long ball, but until you get yourself to that point, what you have to do is find ways to score a run. You saw it here early. Yes, the ultimate response to all this was a 2-run homer by Aramis Ramirez, but you're going to get, Derek Lee with a base hit the other way. Look at his thought process right there. That's a guy who's locked in. I'm trying to hit the ball the other way. There's ideas. These guys are functioning now. You're starting to see how a fluid offense works. You heard Lou talk about it a little bit. Don't get euphoric, but at the same time, these guys are doing things and they're responding. And when your offense starts to respond, you put pressure on the opposing pitcher. He has nobody to pitch around. When you get 3 and 4 guys hot in your lineup, who do you pitch around? You can't pitch around everybody. You have to start making quality pitches to somebody. And when you get 3 or 4 guys hot, you start putting runs on the board. And we saw it there in that first inning as they jumped out to that 3-1 lead. Some credit has to go to you, Todd. That was part of your keys to the game. Jump on Johnny Cueto early. Let's check out the pitching recap for this game. The Cubs certainly getting to Cueto. He lasted 6 innings, but giving up 4 earned runs on 9 hits. Kevin Hart really stepped up and did the job the Cubs needed him to do. He also went 6 innings, but he only gave up 1 earnie on 5 hits. He is our Felco star of the game. The 1 walk, I think that's the one thing that sticks out. The one thing he's been struggling with was his control a little bit. He was fantastic to watch today. When he got himself in trouble, he worked himself out of it. And he wasn't in a lot of trouble today. Believe me, he was under control most of the time. Very confident. Honestly, I thought he might have been able to go out there in the 7th. But again, you got a situation here where Lou's protecting a young pitcher, and he wants to get what he can get out of him. Another quality start. Boy, these guys from Iowa have come up here, and they've just been absolutely awesome to see the contribution that they make, because the expectations are much lower than what these guys have stepped up and done. These guys are piling up wins right now, for a team that's trying to defend a division title and has hopes of going to the World Series. And you're getting contributions from guys that, let's be honest, you probably weren't considering their contributions to be as great as they have been to this point. Well, he did well today, picking up his 2nd straight W. And one thing that you noticed, Todd, was an at-bat against Dickerson in that 5th inning. You noticed that Hart really attacked him and didn't back down even when there was a hitter's count at one point. Well, what I saw from Kevin in this game today, that particular at-bat, I want to say it was the 5th inning, but what I saw there was a man whose confidence was starting to come out. Here's a guy who wasn't overwhelmed by the situation or what was going on in the course of the game. He had fallen behind him. At the same time, he said, you know what, after I fall behind here, what am I going to do to get this guy out, or am I going to pitch around him? I'm in control of this game. I've got the lead. On a 3-1 pitch, which is coming up here in a second, you're going to find out he's going to bury a slider down the middle of the plate, which is going to deceive the hitter's eyes. Hitters, boy, we're taught to respond to that ball down the middle of the plate. That's why we talk about split fingers and pitches that go down the middle of the plate. They're so responsive to the hitters because that's what they want to swing at. Right there, a 3-1 slider in the dirt. He got a check swing out of the Cincinnati Reds leadoff hitter in Dickerson, and then he backs up a slider on the corner and gets the strikeout. That is a man right there who has got tons of confidence. He believes in his slider, not only his fastball, but he believes in his slider, and he knew that he could throw it for strikes. What was the one thing that he even commented on was that I want to get rid of the walks. I'm walking too many guys. But yet, when a guy usually kind of says that, he would tell you that he wants to revert back to his fastball because that's the one thing you most consistently can throw for a strike. What it showed me today was that he believes in his secondary pitches now, and he is willing to throw them for strikes, and he's willing to throw them in spots and hitters' counts.
Well, Hart was originally brought in when Ryan Dempster went on the disabled list, and Lou Piniella was non-committal as to whether or not Hart would be that permanent replacement for Dempster in the rotation. I believe at the time he said, well, let's see how he pitches. Well, he has pitched well, picking up his second win of the season, and with Lilly going on the DL now, no reason why Hart can't be that fill-in starter for now, considering he has been pitching well.
Well, he's a guy that you can start counting on. I mean, this is a guy that has gone out there 2 starts now. I mean, this start was better than his last one, and he won his last one. What does that tell you? I mean, this is a guy, his confidence is growing, and that's what you want to see from your young pitchers. You want to see them infuse the rotation, come in, make a positive impact on what's going on. At the same time, you don't want to strain the bullpen. You want to be able to count on these guys. You don't want to say, okay, well, let's hope we can get 5 innings out of this guy. That's what I was talking about when I said, you know, this guy Kevin could have gone into the 7th inning today. He had really good stuff. My point was that you don't want to get yourself into a position where you're protecting pitchers and you're protecting too many young arms at one time because it puts an awful big strain on your bullpen.
Well, he moves to 2-1 on the season, and he addressed the media just a few minutes ago. Let's go back to Wrigley Field and listen to Kevin Hart.
Had a nice challenge for you.
You know, it is. I found out yesterday that he was going to be out for a little bit. You know, expecting Ryan to come back and not have too many starts left. It's a nice surprise, but you know, it's never fortunate when you have someone like that go down. But you know, he's sitting right next to me all day today in the dugout, helping me out each inning, in between innings. You know, talking to me about pitch selection and how to throw to hitters, and it's a big help.
Kevin, you come up now and you've won twice in a short span of time. Can you allow yourself to be proud of what you've done for this team?
Yeah, for tonight, I think you can. And then tomorrow, you know, you got to go back to work and get ready for your next start.
How was that play where you barehanded the ball?
I don't think there's a whole lot of thought process involved there. You know, you get a guy on third, and it's just a reaction play. You know, if that ball gets by me, they probably go and score a run. And, you know, at that point, I'm not worried about my hand or anything. I'm just trying to get an out. That's about it.
How did things change for you after that first inning?
You know, in the bullpen today, I didn't feel great. And then I went out there in the first, and, you know, I didn't have good command. And once we got in the bottom half and Rami hit the go-ahead home run, it was, you know, allowed me to take a deep breath. And I said, you know, I'm not going to beat myself today. You know, I'm just going to go out there and be aggressive and, you know, pitch with a lead, and that was probably the biggest thing.
Kevin, what does it say about this minor league chain that so many guys, pitchers and everyday players, have made contributions up here?
You know, I think it's kind of funny because everything you read on our minor league system, it gets knocked a lot, and everybody that's come up here has done such a great job. I mean, you know, Wells has come up and done a great job, and Jake Fox and Mike is doing a great job, and you know, even Sam Full, when he was up here, played great. And you know, it's kind of funny because I feel like, you know, down in Iowa we had an amazing team, and you know, everybody that's come up here has really stepped up, and you know, been ready has been the biggest thing. And so I think it's a testament to what I think is a largely underrated farm system.
All right, that was Kevin Hart. He got the victory today as the Cubs beat the Reds for the second straight day. We have to hit our first break. Before we go to break, though, let's check out our Cubs opinion poll question. We'll see what the fans think of Kevin Hart. How much confidence do you have in this guy? With the trade deadline approaching, what is the Cubs' biggest need? Is it a starting pitcher? Or do you feel like Hart can toe the load there? The bullpen, they need help there or another bat off the bench. Log on to CSNChicago.com, then visit the Cubs team page to cast your vote, and we'll have the results later on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
It's Feldco's free installation sale on Feldco windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Celebrate the next 100 years of engineering excellence this summer with GMC, where the price on the tag is the price you pay on Acadia, the 8-passenger crossover from GMC. Get a fuel-efficient 2009 GMC Acadia for $29,376. Or get 0% APR financing for 60 months on most 2009 GMC models. Acadia, engineering that happens when you never say never. Now at the GMC Summer Event.
Technology can hold you back or set you free. Toshiba, the laptop expert, designs laptops to work the way you do.
Every weekday morning, wake up with the Monsters in the Morning.
When did you start slow down, the last year or two? Or?
Since I was about 6.
The Bears have been notorious, always strong defenses, run the football, and you know, Jay's a thrower, so how that's going to mix, I don't know.
Traffic, weather, sports, and a whole lot of fun.
Back after these.
Monsters in the Morning, every weekday morning from 6 to 9 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
There's a new game in town, the Quad City Stallions semi-pro football team. 11-on-11 hard-nosed football, 100 yards of action the way the game is meant to be played. The Stallions have some of the best talent in the area, players you are familiar with playing the game they love. This team is serious about the game. 4 quarters of high-energy, smash-mouth football. Don't miss a single down. Come out and see the Quad City Stallions as they face the Kansas City Diamondbacks, 6 p.m. July 25th at Erickson Field, Augustana College in Rock Island. Stallions football for the love of the game.
One of the beauties of the St. Ambrose Excel program is the flexibility that it offers the student. Most of my students are people who are working full-time, have families, and it's nearly impossible for them to be taking college classes during the day.
It does not pull you away from your business or your home multiple nights a week. It's all compacted into one 4-hour session.
I feel the St. Ambrose Excel program has really helped me be an excellent role model for my children.
St. Ambrose University Excel program, the right choice for you, your career, and your lifestyle.
Who's hot, who's not around the majors in the last 7 days. Mark Reynolds and Yunil Escobar are pretty hot, hitting over 400. Escobar with 9 RBI in that span. Pinheiro for the Cardinals is pitching very well, I should say. 2-0 with a .69 ERA. Now, who is not hot? Casey Blake and Troy Tulowitzki are struggling at the plate, and Garrett Mock is 0-2 with a 7.27 ERA. And welcome back to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Gail Fisher and Todd Hollingsworth here with you, talking about another Cubs victory today over the Reds. Let's check out their box score, and you're going to see a lot of nice hits, especially in that middle of the order. And how about Alfonso Soriano coming up big today? 3 for 4 with a home run, obviously an RBI, but he had it going on.
You love to see the contributions top to bottom. Reed Johnson, you know, his one hit, big hit, starts off the game. Ryan Terrio has a sack, another big base hit. Derek Lee, obviously the triple, had another single himself. I mean, you just go down the lineup all the way top to bottom, and you're getting contributions, and that's what you want. Because you talk about in the offense and offensively speaking, you want that pressure to be there. And again, that's what that pressure does to the opposing pitcher and the opposing bullpen. When you're continually getting runners on base and you have home run hitters in your lineup at this time of year, there's always a threat to go deep. And the more runners that are on base, the more home runs that are a possibility. And you saw that today. You had 3 from the Cubs. Alfonso Soriano right now is looking so good. He looks so confident at the plate. He's keeping his head down. He's driving the ball up the middle the other way. I mean, we're not going to be fooled. I'm not going to sit here and say, listen, in order for Alfonso Soriano to be locked in, he needs to be going to right field. But you've noticed as he's gotten himself back, and you see this home run that he hits right there, he's not doing that if he is not consciously thinking up the middle, even to his pull side. He cannot be just up there thinking about pulling everything, even though he does get a lot more of his hits to the left side of the diamond. He's very confident right now, and he is using his hands so well. You see right there with the high finish, the ability to go down and get a low fastball and drive it out of the ballpark.
Well, Lou Piniella talked about he likes his approach in that 6th spot. Is there a different approach he's taking?
Well, I think he's much more relaxed. I think that's what he's kind of seeing. I know that in his history, he loved the leadoff spot. There's tons of fastballs up there. But after some point in the game, you know, if you look at his track record, he always seemed to be really good, hitting over 300 when the game started. It was that second second and third at bat, and sometimes even that fourth at bat, where you kind of got a little concerned because as the game would wear on, he'd see a few more sliders, he'd see pitches off the plate, and he would chase them. So his numbers didn't necessarily dictate being at the top spot of the lineup. You move him down into the 6 hole, he gets a little bit more comfortable. He sees that the game comes to you a little bit more there. I spent some time in that spot, and it's a very good spot to be in if you've got guys in front of you who are hitting, and you have them hitting right now. Derek Lee and Ramirez are doing just a fantastic job, obviously hitting the ball, but they're putting pressure on that pitcher that I talk about, and it really, he's seeing guys that are in the stretch. They're not in the windup. There's guys on base, and they have to make perfect pitches, and typically when you feel like you have to make perfect pitches, you usually don't, and that's when the home runs start flying.
Well, for the record, we will show you Soriano's numbers and how much he has improved since the All-Star break. Soriano is hitting .438 with 3 home runs, 7 RBI, and 5 runs scored in that span. So he certainly looks like he's coming on. Maybe he made an adjustment or a different approach, or the mental break of the All-Star break helped him out, but he is coming around. Now, Milton Bradley did not start this game, but he came in late and came off the bench, Todd, and hit a home run. So that's what the Cubs need to see from him. Obviously, it's pretty tough to do in a pinch hit situation, but they love to see this out of him every day.
Well, I mean, he came, it was like, welcome to the ball game. Wow, first pitch he saw, I mean, it was a fastball out and away, and he drives it out to left center field. I mean, that's a great at bat. He took a pitch. That's a tough pitch to hit out right there. I mean, that was fun to see. I'm so excited for him, and I'm sure that he's feeling good to see a good firm fastball coming off the barrel of his bat with height, with elevation, and driving it out of the yard. I mean, even if that ball hits the wall and doesn't, isn't the home run, again, it's something for him to build off of offensively, and that's what you're looking for. Contributions and comfort in the batter's box. It is so difficult to play this game, and it is so difficult to hit. Time and time again, you see, the 50-game stretch or so, that's kind of what I talk about, where this offense really struggled. You saw how those struggles kind of wore on each and every individual of that lineup day in and day out, until some guys like Derek Lee started to take the bull by the horns and started performing and tried to take things upon themselves and doing those good things. But when you get more and more contributions from more than one guy in that lineup, it just makes everybody else's job so much easier.
All right, one thing we have seen before, and we saw it again today, it's unfortunate Derek Lee leaving the ball game late because of neck spasms, and we all naturally assumed it was because of that slide into third on the triple in the first inning, but we did just find out in the post-game interview with Lou Piniella that Derek Lee apparently says it was breaking up a double play later in the game. Either way, the neck spasms have really been a problem for him this year.
Well, they certainly have, and you're not going to go to tell Derek, listen, Derek, back off, don't play as hard, don't try to break up the double play. This is how Derek Lee plays, and it's just going to be something that you're going to have to deal with. Hopefully he doesn't miss any time, any kind of significant time. If he's not in there tomorrow, maybe he's not in there tomorrow. But, you don't want him missing, obviously, extended period of time, like a DL trip or 5 or 7 games. But at the same time, you don't want him to change his game. This is who he is. He has to play aggressive. He has to be aggressive on the base paths. That's what he brings to the yard. That's the leadership that he brings each and every day, and that's how you want him to play. So you're just going to, for a lack of a better way of putting it, you're just going to have to deal with it.
Well, unfortunately, the bad part about it, and that's what concerns you, is it's recurring. It keeps happening. So you think he dealt with it, he's done with the neck spasms, and then something else happens. So we'll have to keep our eye on that. Don't go away. More post-game show to come, including a look at tomorrow's series finale with the Reds. We'll check out the pitching matchup when we come back.
The Infiniti V-Vel engine creates more power using less fuel. Nothing breathes like it. Nothing performs like it. Available on the G Sedan, G Coupe, and G Convertible.
This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich, in business for over 30 years. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
Where's that former American League home run champ?
Everything's good.
You didn't have to face me.
Stacy and I thought it was Lou All's best game of the year.
You see Shane go in and score last night? He turnstile that guy.
I'm a basketball guy. Comcast Sportsnet's all-star lineup.
Went crazy. Now that's supposed to be. Down here, please.
And that's how the batting glove got started.
Fans just like you.
A deep dish, big boy. Want some water?
Find all the greats on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
The Pontiac summer closeout is here. Hurry to get the Pontiac you want before they're gone. Get a fuel-efficient 2009 Pontiac Vibe for $13,708. And now at participating dealers, check out the Cars Rebate System, better known as Cash for Clunkers. If your trade-in qualifies, you can get $3,500 to $4,500 on top of current Pontiac offers on 10 Pontiac models. Plus, get the best coverage in America. Now during the Pontiac Summer Closeout.
Welcome to Top Golf. It's easy. Just aim for the giant targets, swing, and watch Top Golf's computers track your ball, measure its distance, and reward you with points. Top Golf. It's a revolutionary entertainment experience just minutes from Schaumburg, changing the way the world plays and thinks about golf.
It's Feldco's free installation sale on Feldco windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Yeah, you know the spot.
Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous. Heighten your experience this summer. Visit the Infiniti Limited Engagement Summer Event now to take advantage of our best offers of the year. Lease an Infiniti G sedan for $379 per month or get 0% APR financing.
Welcome back to the show. Time for the results of our Cubs opinion poll question of the day. With the trade deadline approaching, what is the Cubs' biggest need right now? And most of you think, wow, it's the bullpen that needs the help, 41% of you. And a very close second is a starting pitcher and another bat off the bench. I'm a little surprised at these results, given the Cubs' offensive struggles and, of course, the fact that they now have 4 out of 5 starters on the disabled list, Dempster being one of them. He's, of course, going to come off next week, and Ted Lilly is going on. You surprised by those results?
Honestly, I'm not, because I know Cubs fans are diehards, and they realize that you're going to go out and get a bat. Where are you going to put it? There's no place to put it. I mean, these are guys that you're counting on contractually. These are guys that have got to perform, and I think that most fans out there realize that. So any kind of offensive move that they may want or think that's going to help this ball club probably can't happen, number one, because, again, there's financial parameters for which Jim Hendry's working around, and right now they're really, really tight. You know, that being said, what's the easiest, quickest way to improve a team? If you can attack that bullpen, again, the salaries are not nearly what they are for the starters. The same can be said for the starting rotation. You can make adjustments in the bullpen, and with the injuries that you've had now, you're going to need more depth down there, not because these guys are not performing up to the level of their ability. They are. You just need more depth.
All right, just to recap, Ted Lilly will go on the 15-day disabled list for shoulder tendonitis. Now, on Monday, he will also have surgery on that knee that's been bothering him, and he is likely out for 3 weeks. Now, the Cubs have called up pitcher Justin Berg from Iowa to help out in the bullpen, but how big of a blow is this now that Lilly's going to miss 3 weeks?
Well, it's a big blow, but at the same time, you're getting young guys stepping into this rotation, giving quality starts each and every time. It's like it just doesn't stop. Whoever they seem to keep sending out there, there's a good flow on the mound right now as far as the starting rotation is concerned, and guys are taking advantage, in my mind, of the opponents that they're playing. They're winning games that they should be winning. The Cincinnati Reds, they're not a terribly strong offensive team, but they're going out there and they're making pitches, and they're going after these guys, and that's what you want to see. Ted Lilly, yeah, it's a bump in the road, but they're going to be able to get past this.
All right, for the series finale tomorrow at Wrigley Field against the Reds, here is your pitching matchup. Micah Owings against Rich Harden, who's actually been pitching well. He had an excellent game in Washington and a no decision in Philly, but he pitched well in that game. Although he's pitching now daytime, Todd. He was pitching at night his last 2 starts.
Well, it's going to be a day game at Wrigley. Both of the two don't tell you it's going to be, it hasn't been his favorite place. But you know what? I think he's more confident in what he's been doing off his last 2 starts, whether it was day or not. I think Rich is going to step up tomorrow. He knows how important these games at home especially are for this ball club right now, and he ultimately is going to want to go out there. He stays low in the zone, he's going to be fine. His changeup's down, his fastball's on the corner, down in the zone. He will have a good day.
The Cubs go for the sweep over the Reds, and we will have plenty more on the Cubs and the other news of the day coming up on Sports Night tonight at 6:30. Our next Cubs telecast comes Monday as the Cubs host the Houston Astros at 7 o'clock. For Todd Hollinsworth, I'm Gail Fisher. Thanks for watching, everyone, and we'll see you next time.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented to you by Lowe's. This season, spring starts at Lowe's. Let's build something together. When breaking news happens, the Comcast Sportsnet News team has it covered.
Breaking news out of Hallis Hall this afternoon. The Bears have acquired quarterback Jay Cutler in a deal with the Denver Broncos.
Congratulations to Derrick Rose, today named the NBA Rookie of the Year.
I consider myself, most blessed man on the face of the earth today.
Get all your Chicago sports news when it happens on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Technology can hold you back or set you free. Toshiba, the laptop expert, designs laptops to work the way you do.
The Cadillac Summer Celebration is going on now at Grosinger Cadillac Lincolnwood. Get 0% financing for 72 months or $16,000 off new Cadillacs. Plus, lease a brand new 2009 Cadillac CTS for only $399 a month. Only at Grosinger Cadillac Lincolnwood. Grosinger Cadillac always offers the absolute lowest prices, the largest Cadillac selection, the best service possible. And only Grosinger offers a 3-day 150-mile exchange policy on every new Cadillac for $16,000 off new Cadillacs or a new 2009 CTS for $399 a month. Hurry to Grosinger Cadillac Lincolnwood.
All training camp long. Don't miss anything happening in Bear Benet. As the Bears prepare for the regular season, Comcast Sportsnet has the beat on everything from training camp. Every night, Bears beat reporter Kip Lewis brings Bears fans the latest news and interviews on Chicago Tribune Live and Sports Night. Position battles, injuries, and behind-the-scenes access to everything happening with the Monsters of the Midway. Bears training camp reports beginning Friday on Chicago Tribune Live and Sports Night, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
Where's that former American League run champ?
Everything's good.
You didn't have to face me.
Stacy and I thought it was Lou All's best game of the year.
You see Shane go in and score last night? He turnstile that guy.
I'm a basket.